Hello, hello. And today we work on Kast again. And I guess we're going to work on the JavaScript transpiling once again. Hello, Bigorly. All right. So yesterday at the end, I was starting like the rewrite of the transpiler so that we generated a little bit of a different code, and I finished that stuff off stream actually. So instead of creating a lot of functions and invoking them immediately, we actually don't do that anymore. And also I'm generating the JavaScript code and I'm like formatting it immediately, and this results in much better to look at code, because I'm actually creating the functions only when I actually have a function in my Kast code now, but not for every expression, which is better, right? It seems like that did not help with performance much, but here is the simple test, right? We just want to make a loop that goes over 10 to the power of 7 in this case, right? So this should just work instantly in basically any programming language that is fast enough, right? But if we try to run this now through the JavaScript transpiler, then it is going to actually run in about 7 seconds, I think. So maybe we should look into the performance of this and why this is slow. I believe it also did not improve the performance like at all through the rewrite. So we are still having, like, every time we have a function, the function is becoming all the functions are async. And does that actually hurt my performance here, or is it something else? If I try to compile here, this is the stuff that I transpile, right? So this is like my internal representation, the AST basically, right? We see here that like we have a loop. So the important thing here is I don't actually see this here, but I guess what I can do is I can do a test.js. I'm going to just show what is the code that we are generating here. So this is so the for loop like this is just a syntax sugar. This range is creating an object. So let's do this first. So we are having the standard library. Standard library is an object which has range module, which has the range function, right? So over here our std range, right? So this is our function. It creates forward and backward, so we can reverse the iterator. Hello, Valdek. but basically this is an integer, so it's not even like finally I get ads for games like I was 10-year-old. Yeah. So here's what our range. Our range, we create the iterable object. Iterable object, this is reversible too, but let's just say that we're doing the normal iterable, which is the iterate function, which takes the consumer as the argument. So we have consumer, this over here. And now this is all the functions that we're creating. They're going to be async. So we have the consumer here, right? So this is a function that says let I is start, and then while I is less than end, I plus equal 1, right? And then we call consumer using I. Consumer is an async function, so we're going to await here, right? That is std range. So we basically do std range start is 0, end is this number, dot iter. So we're going to like await this, and then we are going to iterate with the consumer, and consumer is async function taking the I, but we just don't do anything there, right? Await only allowed at the top level. Consider adding an empty export to make this a module. Yeah, sure, export. Right, and this is going to be like the MJS, so it's a module. I read something about making a minimalistic language, then providing robust minimal standard library. Yeah. Where did you read that? Well, I mean, that's a good exercise. Or you mean something else? Node examples test MJS. Okay, so if I run this, this is also not instant, right? But this is like a second, right? This is not 7 seconds. If let's try to get rid of the async here and see if this even makes the performance better. It does make the performance better. It literally runs instant. So async adds a lot of overhead. And but the reason why, let's just go back to async. The reason why it's not 7 seconds is because how do we compare the integers and how do we add this thing here, right? So this is actually syntax sugar for I is I plus 1, but comparing and adding, this is going to be this over here is going to be std op add I and 1. That's what we are actually compiling. And this over here is going to be std cmp less I and end, right? So now we have the cmp and we have the op which has add, which has so and these are all the functions which are async, and we do something like this: 0 left hand side, 1 right hand side, and then we return left hand side plus right hand side here. And cmp less is also async function, 0 left hand side, 1 right hand side, and we return left hand side is less than right hand side. So we are going to await here, and we're going to await here, and we are going to also construct an object. I'm not sure like if this constructing the objects like this is having the overhead, or is it all about the async which is making the overhead for me. So if I do this, then transfer 2.2 seconds. Okay, but then also this std cmp less and std op add, these are generic functions, right? So add is a generic function over t. So when the way we do the generics is we still have them as the argument here. So it is still a function actually, which takes t, the type of this. The type of these arguments is being another argument on the outer function, basically. So if I do this, then we do std cmp less, we're going to await instantiating this with an int 32. And then over here, we're going to await this with int 32, where let's just say that int 32 is undefined. It doesn't matter. Install Steam for Windows on your Mac today, so you can install Path of Exile too. Does it work through a virtual machine? Does it actually work like that? Nice. You can run Windows games on Macs these days? Okay, this is now 4 seconds. Now there is like more overhead probably, but the most important one here, I am guessing, is the asyncness. You have to go through Wine and wrappers. I thought Wine is Linux only. There is Wine for Mac. Oh, it does. All right. I see. Shouldn't the Steam that is installed on a Mac, though, like, does the Proton then? Mac. Proton. Steam Proton Mac. Because on Linux, I have the Steam that is Steam for Linux. And then it just runs the games that are made for Windows automatically. Steam does not do Proton for a Mac. Isn't that weird? If Wine already works, Steam Proton doesn't support Mac because it's built on Linux and Windows Tech, but Wine works on a Mac. Or is that a different Wine then? Because Proton is just a fork of like, it's just additions for Wine, right? I see. So you have to do it manually, basically. Alright, speaking about wrappers, though, we need to get rid of a bunch of, like, things in our generated JavaScript. Hold on, can I do node, basically, target compiled? It runs for 9 seconds right now, the actual code that I'm generating. So there's more than this, right? Well, we don't have a while. Maybe the way we are doing this here is we are, instead of saying while, we are doing a for loop, which is infinite, right? And And we are doing this inside of a try. Because in order to break from a loop, right? So yeah, over here we have the if, I guess. Let me see at the syntax. If we have, when we have like the while, if condition then body else break, right? So we'll basically say that if this, then we actually do the body, and the body is this. Otherwise, we do a break, and break is throwing label is a loop label, and we say that loop label is a symbol. And we catch E, and we say that if E label is a loop label. Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter here, right? But in this case, we don't do anything. Otherwise, we rethrow the error. Something like this is what I'm generating. Does this make it slower? I don't think it made it slower. I'm not sure if try adds the overhead. At least like this is on the outside of the loop, right? So maybe it doesn't really matter. Maybe there is something else happening inside of the loop. Yeah, in order to continue the loop, we also do the loop block is another symbol basically, and then we do another try here with a catch E. If E label is equal to loop block, then nothing else, throw E, right? We're doing something like that. Hello, Yamsh.
Hello, Yum_SH.
Okay, this definitely added a little bit more overhead. Okay, I mean we can just take a look at the actual code that we're doing. So this is having iterate. So this is range because this variable, this is the standard library basically. This has the range field, which has this. So this is the range iterate, right? So this is start and end. I'm just saying that I'm destructuring this here. I think this should be basically the same thing. Then so I'm creating a function here. Oh yeah, I'm creating a function. Yeah, but it doesn't matter though. This is the important stuff inside. This is the actual loop, right? So we have the entire loop block and then the loop body, right? Yeah, this is the loop body and this is the loop block, I guess. Right. So over here we do this is over here is std_cmp less, right? This is cmp less. This over here is an integer. Yeah. So this is me instantiating the generic, and then I'm calling this function less with that. And then if yeah, this is literally the code that I have right now. Right? This this thing. You know what? Let's just copy this as is and then see how what am I doing differently here. Or oh wait, maybe it's the consumer that is slow. because my consumer right now is just empty, right? But what we are actually giving it in the actual code, what am I doing? So I'm having this function as my consumer, which creates some more symbols inside. Maybe I do this. This over here, low body. It just doesn't do anything. Why is there a try catch generated here though? There's a loop because there's this inside of the loop body still. Because I'm doing F4 maybe. I don't know. We'll yeah. Let's try to do that. Okay, it still is not 9 seconds. Unless there's sometimes for initialization, I don't see much difference. Or I mean, there is a difference in terms of like there's a bunch of variables. Is looking up variables like slow in JavaScript? How does JavaScript? How does Node.js look up variables? Is there performance overhead if my scope has a lot of vars? So it looks up variables via lexical scope chains. No, having a lot of variables in a scope is basically not the problem. JavaScript uses lexical scoping. Every scope has a lexical environment. That environment has the environment record, the bindings, your variables, the pointer to the outer environment, the parent scope. When the V8 needs a variable, it checks the current environment. If not, it works outward. So basically, if we have a big nested thing, then it actually performs the walk upwards, just like my current interpreter. The chain is created as parse time, not runtime. Yeah. Is lookup slow if I have many variables? No. Variables in the same scope are not linearly searched like a list. Well, yeah. There's a hash table which is bigger if there's more variables, right? Access is effectively, I mean, it is effectively constant time though still. Although, wait, hold on. Is it, we don't look up by name, right? We convert the symbols into IDs, I'm assuming, still in JavaScript. Each miss walks outwards, still fast, but not free, yeah, right? So if we do this, then we are going to, yeah, go to parent scope a bunch of times. That's not my issue though, because I have removed the things. Well, I mean, there is still a lot of the stuff to optimize here, right? Let's see, we have a loop body. This has I create a symbol, unwind token. Loop body is symbol. And then we just try. Rename this to E. I just generate something like this. Yeah. What optimizations have I done so far? I have just changed the way I'm so yesterday my JavaScript transpiler was converting every expression. It was trying to keep it as an expression, right? But in JavaScript, not everything is an expression, right? Which means that I was creating a lot of anonymous functions and calling them immediately, right? Instantly calling the created functions. But now I'm not doing that, which results in like more flat code, right? Which is better, I'm assuming, right? At least for like this thing, because we don't have like a lot of nested functions for missing the scopes. If ChatGPT is correct here, and this is what Node is doing when it is trying to look up a variable, this is already better. But that's not the issue. We are still having everything async. Well, I mean, and also every like function that we were creating was also async, so we have less async functions, I guess. So now all the functions that we are creating are the functions from the Kast code, but all of them are still async, right? Okay, this is not like the exact replica, but this is a minimized version of what am I transpiling. Right, so this is a standard library with like less function, add function, and range function, so that we can iterate over a range. This is the this over here is the code that we are transpiling, right? Just a single loop over 10 to the power of 7, right? And this is running in 6 seconds right now. Now, if we try to get rid of async here. You know, let me like git checkout branch JavaScript testing, you know, test. So that we can go back easier. Let's just get rid of all of the asyncness. And of all of the awaitness, I guess, right? If we just do this, is this going to be instant now? That's the question. It is 10 times faster, right? It is 10 times faster. And so all that I did is removed the async. Okay, so async has a lot of overhead in JavaScript, basically, and we should try to not do this unless necessary, right? Although some things must be async. So over here, this is a range, right? This is an iterator, and basically whether this function is async should depend on whether the consumer is async, right? So when we have a loop, and if inside of the loop I do something that is async, like read line, right? Input, what's your name, or something like this. This is transpiling to the async function, because that has to be async. Which should automatically like pollute this variable and make this async and stuff, right? But we want to keep the things not async if they are not needed. But I can call the but I can at the same time, you know, I can have a range. So like, it means that we basically have two implementations, right? We have the async iterator, and then we have the sync iterator, right? Yeah. Can I do this without creating two versions of every function, is the question. So if you do async stuff in OCaml, for example, right? So in OCaml, async is like when you use the effectful async with the effect system, your like the only operation that is actually async is going to be performing the effect. So this would still be treated as a normal function in OCaml, and I don't need to create two different versions of it, which is good. Can I do the same in JavaScript is the question. Somehow, make it be automatically async. And why is async even having a lot of this overhead? In JavaScript, because it creates like the promises, puts on the microtask queue and stuff. Like, yeah. We can also like somehow like know that, for example, adding the integers is not async operation, right? So we can know that this function is never async. So like we know that some functions are sometimes async, but some functions we can know that they are never async, basically, right? So I can keep the iteration itself async, but the like instantiation of the generics is probably not async. So the consumer here is async, you know, but the adding of the numbers and comparing them is not, right? We can do something like that. So this is 2 seconds. This is still slower though. Then otherwise, if I have the loop body to be not async and then do that, yeah, this over here, this single async, if this function is async or not, because it's in a hot loop, is making the performance 3 times worse. But it means that, so okay, what we can do, what can we do? What can we do? We can, instead of using async, we can try to see if it works better if I basically create my own version of async, which is continuation passing style, right? So let's say that you have an async function, right? Function f, which is async, you know, g, which just returns await g, you know, something like this. So how do we write this function without async await? We can rewrite this into the continuation passing style, which means that f CPS is going to be a function that calls g as the argument, but then also it has the continuation, right, passed explicitly as the argument. So we are going to call the function g, and then after the function g returns, so the functions, they basically never return. Instead, they are calling the continuation, and in this case, we are just passing the continuation into the g. Right? And we can do this then also, like this also is going, because like we never return, we always like go deeper and deeper in the stack trace. You don't even need f to be async though. In this case, yeah, but how do I figure this out? Like we need to transpile cast code into sometimes async and sometimes sync. How do I know if something is sync and something is not sync? You know? This means that I need an effect system but I don't have it yet. But even if I had the effect system, it means that the same function is sometimes async and sometimes is not async. So what I want to do is to have, like, ideally, I don't duplicate my functions into the sync and async version. I just create a single version, you know? Let's see if the continuation passing style is much slower. Let's do it in this simple way, right? So over here, the less. This is a function that's going to have the continuation. Let's do it simpler. Let's make the generic. Let's make this not generic for now, right? Let's make this not generic. So less is just comparing the integers. Add is just adding these things. Is CPS different from just using callbacks? Well, I mean, continuation passing style is like you basically, like, you never return from a function. You just jump to the continuation. It's like why using async in the first place? Because we have to use async for certain things in the language, right? Like when you are trying to read a line from the standard input in JavaScript, it is an async API. When you are reading something from a socket, it is an async API. Especially when we are writing, especially when we are targeting a browser, we should never block, right? The thread. We should use async APIs always for, like, stuff. But the code, but the language that I'm writing is supposed to, like, so we are trying to not have the color, the function coloring issue, right? Can you track and propagate functions that might be async? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? It's supposed to be tracked. Like I want to have the effect system. I don't have it tracked yet. At the same time, we have other languages that do, like, already the thing that I'm trying to do without tracking anything, which is the OCaml. So OCaml is a language where functions can be async and not async, but it's not tracked in the type system at all. I'm wondering if they are, like, tracking it when they're doing the code generation, though. Maybe. So in OCaml, everything is potentially implicitly async. I'm not sure if OCaml is planning to add the the type system of the effects. But what, like the end goal of my language is to have the proper effect system so that we can track not only async but all of the other effects too. Whatever those other effects are. Like, it's a general, like, the effect system is a general mechanism which can be used to implement async, as just one of the examples. So yeah, I'm just like so basically OCaml's runtime is different from JavaScript runtime. And OCaml, like, so OCaml 5 has is implementing async using the thing that is called fibers, right? If you have ever used a language like any other language that has fibers, right? A fiber is basically you are writing your code as if it was a normal code, but then at some point you are going to pause your current fiber, so you're going to save your current, like, stack and everything, and you're going to switch to, like, another thing, right? I think Go is also working the same way, right? So in Go, everything is also implicitly async, right? But it's faster than what we have here. By marking everything async in JavaScript, just because the runtime is different. right? But I feel like there is still a way to generate. So basically, like, we are going to mimic async using not async code by having the callback system, by doing the continuation passing style rewrite, maybe. Yeah, that's the idea. So instead of having the function that is async, we are going to give it the continuation, and instead of returning from the function, we are going to call the continuation with the result of the function. That's the whole point of the continuation passing rewrite, right? So we have this, and then we have the continuation, and we just call the continuation like this. Instead of returning, if this function has the continuation, so we are going to, instead of return, we're going to call the continuation with this. This iterate has the consumer and k. This feels worse for performance. And I mean, if JavaScript can optimize it, like I feel like the proper continuation passing rewrite is not just like this, because like I said, this is going to create a lot of like nested function calls. We need to also have a thing that is called a trampoline, I think. CPS. Right? Yeah, there we go. So like when the CPS, the continuation passing style, is a function that like basically has the return as a function, right? And but this is basically always the tail call. So because it's a tail call, we want the tail calls to be optimized. I think that no, JavaScript is not optimizing tail calls. So we need to implement the tail call optimization ourselves, basically. Right? Like this over here is the last thing. We can actually, yeah, I guess we cannot call it return. Continuation is basically return. Maybe I should call it ret. Kast turn. So the iteration is that the thing that actually returns nothing. So after this try, we are just going to return nothing. So over here I'm calling the consumer, right? I'm calling the consumer. So this is a function, and now every function has an extra argument, which is the continuation. So over here we need to perform the continuation rewrite. Which is, so like async await is basically turning your function into the state machine, right? And now we need to do this ourselves, because what is the continuation here? Well, this is all of the remaining code of the function. I think it's not even that straightforward to do the continuation rewrite, right? What am I making? I'm making a programming language. Hello, final boss. And I'm trying to understand how to generate better JavaScript for more performance. No, this is, I'm transpiling my language to JavaScript. My language is written in OCaml. And my language, and this over here, this example of the code in my language, which is running for 10 seconds right now, which is obviously too slow. It should run in just 50 milliseconds. Even if we transpile it to JavaScript and not to like native code. And the reason for that is because I'm using async, but I cannot just get rid of async everywhere. Did you build AST? Yes. I have two ASTs. I have JavaScript AST and I have the my language AST. Here's JavaScript AST. simplified version of it, I guess. I don't really like do everything. We have expressions and statements in JavaScript. That's all that I use right now. So yeah, here's an example of the actual generated code, right? This is what I'm generating. There's a bunch of temporary variables which I probably could get rid of, but they are not the issue for performance. The issue for performance is the async functions and awaits. Not even I don't like. There's also the try catches, which I think are pretty fast in JavaScript, but I don't know. Make a C backend so you can learn how to encode closures and functions. You're very selfish. I will do a C backend, but later. There is more than just encoding closures as functions involved in the C backend, right? Well, I mean, yeah, we will need mostly to do the closures, but also we will need for, like, in JavaScript we just utilize the dynamic typing, so everything is any. So we don't have any in C. Unless I mean, I guess we could transpile to C where everything is a void star. You know, every value is just a void star, and then we only we're guaranteed that the generated code is type safe, basically, right? So in just some native functions, we're going to cast the void star into the actual type. That could be a way to do a first version of the C transpiler, sure. Arret is not a function. Okay, the question is, how do I convert this into the continuation passing? Like, I need to actually convert all of this into the state machine. So how do I convert something that is like try and like this? Is there any articles about the CPS rewrite? CPS rewrite. Maybe there's something in the Wikipedia page. It seems harder than function coloring. I'm just maybe we just do it like once and see. Let's make the code easier before I do the rewrite. Then, yeah, how about that? Let's make the code easier. Yeah, let's first keep everything async, but just have less code is the idea. You know, we have everything async, so I return the iterate. Let's just have iterate as this function here directly. So we iterate from start to end, right? So I just say I is start. This await is unnecessary. Yeah, we go start and we have and we also have consumer. Let's get rid of the symbols and try catches. Let's just not have them. Well, I mean, yeah, let's just say that we are going to do the proper break, right? So this is going to just be break. This try catch is unnecessary at all. So this is a lot simpler now, right? And loop body, let's just make the loop body really the simple function like this. So we just range iter this where consumer is a loop body, right? colon. Right, so this is still like slow, right? 2.2 seconds. So now we just want this to be rewritten into the continuation passing style, right? Ret. So this does not return anything. Let's just give it explicit undefined here. But now this when returns just doesn't do anything. Loop body, this has the return now, right? And we just return immediately, right? That's our loop body, just an empty function, return immediately, give undefined. So the question is, how do I rewrite this function, right? So we have a loop here, first of all. We have a loop. Well, I mean, we need to do something similar to the old, before async await existed in JavaScript, the promises were still there, right? You say something like promise, and then you say like and then or something, right? Or in Rust, the future has the and then. That's how you would write the code previously anyway, right? So yeah, you just say that so we basically use the monadic style, I guess, is what you call that. I need to create the thing. So I just cannot do a for, basically, right? We need to rewrite a for, the forever thing into, so like, let's first rewrite a for loop into a function, right? We have the function loop, right, which has the body, and the body is the function that returns true if we want to continue and false if we want to break from the loop. How about that? Right, and then we have the return from here. So this is, let's just have like, this is a generic function, right? That's just what this infinite loop is going to be written into. So we just say body. So we're calling the body we call it with so body is the function that like has no argument. I guess we just give it the continuation immediately, right? So we call the body, and then the continuation is the body returned. So body returned something, and once the body returns something, we say that if body returned was true, then we need to continue the function, right? So continuing the function is just calling this recursively, right? So we just call loop body and ret, right? And but otherwise, if we need to break, then we actually call the actual continuation, right? Yeah, we call the actual continuation. We break out of the loop. There we go. That's how you do it. So now we say loop. Now we say loop. We say loop. And yeah, after the loop, the continuation is the normal return, but this is the loop body. Loop body. So this over here is the loop body. Loop body. Loop body. So now we just break means that we return false, and continue means that we return true. That's all, right? But now we are calling a function which also requires a continuation, right? So we cannot do if. We just instead say stdcmp less. So we are trying to compare I and end. And then the continuation is, we say is less, like that. So we say if is less, then we do this. Otherwise, we do that. Okay, and then is less. Has any type. So now the consumer is also having the is a function, so it should have the continuation, where we don't care about the result of the consumer, I guess. So but once it is returned, then we are doing the remaining stuff. And now we're doing the addition. And once the addition has returned, this is the new I, right? So new I. So we're just going to say that I is equal to new I, and we're going to return true, right? Like this. Is that right? Maximum call stack exceeded now, right? So yeah, so now when we go into the loop, we basically always go deeper into the stack, right? If I try to do the loop of 10, then this ends. Let's just make sure, let's like, let's just say that the consumer is going to be like console log I, right? Like this. So yeah, there we go. See, we have the loop that iterates over the 10 things. This is the continuation passing style, but we now need to make sure that it's not we need to make sure that it's not overflowing the stack. So instead of, let's see this. So we need to basically do tail call optimization, right? Yeah, we need to do tail call optimization, which means that if the thing is the last thing, then we need to actually so if we want to call something at the end, then we actually do a return here. We do a return of what do we want to do in the end. Yes, exactly. What do we want to do after, like in the end? Yeah. We do return ret. Return. Yeah. We return a function that what do we do after we return from this function? Right. Ret. So this also returns this. This just returns that. This returns that. This returns that. So yeah, and this over here also returns red undefined, which basically we can just return red here, but let's just do it explicitly here. Right? So now what we want is to have like the so-called trampoline which is invoking the functions. So if the function, when we call in a function, if it returns the function call, it means that the function it was trying to perform a tail call. So we're not going to call the function that was returned, basically. That's all. Right? So we have a function f, and then we just say that we call function f in a loop while true. All right? We say this, continuation is this, right? So if there is a continuation, then we just call the continuation. Or I guess we just say that f, I guess we just, wait, hold on. I guess we just say that f is equal to f. That's all that we do, right? And we do it while f is not like nothing. Right? And then we just do trampoline using our main function. So this is our like main function, which has the hold on, main function, I also want it to be like in the continuation passing style, right? So we want to do this, and we just do return this with ret, right? So main, this must be the continuation but we just give it originally. We call this function with the continuation. So our continuation is return, and we just say that return is a function which says returned is true. Yeah, how about that? And then we say that returned is false. So when we end this loop, it means that I guess we do while while we have not returned, right? Or something. Do notation is sort of imperative sugar for CPS. Yeah, it is. So functional languages, they always do the CPS, as far as I understand. Like there's a lot of compilers are doing the CPS anyway, basically. For reasons. Let's see if this works. F is not a function. I mean, isn't this a function? Oh, I like do this 4 times. Maybe like some of my functions are written incorrectly, or is do I? Is there something wrong somewhere? A loop looks correct, right? Okay, anyway, so we call the function main. This function main returns this function, right? So we are definitely going into the iterate. Wait, hold on a second, but we are giving it the continuation twice is the issue, right? All of the continuations that are next continuations are having... Yeah, I think I need to give the ret as the argument only to the first like call. Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't matter though. If we give an extra argument to the function that doesn't expect it, in JavaScript we can just do that. So I'm assuming that we're getting here, right? So let's do console log I, right? Right, we are getting here. So we have the loop body, and we return the loop. Let's say over here. Oh, wait, I see it, right? The loop must return the body, right? This is a tail call over here. So we need to do this. Console log loop. I'm inside of a loop. The loop body is this loop. Oh yes, hold on, I see it again. This over here is the tail call, return. Okay. I'm getting here. This over here does not return. Consumer, so consumer was not called, right? Console log. Am I getting here? Oh wait, hold on. I am getting here. I printed 0, right? So the consumer finished, right? This was printed. So console log body returned. We are not getting here, but the consumer returned. So oh yeah, over here, return. Okay. Oh, look at this. Nice. Okay. We have a loop from 0 to 10. Now let's see if this works for the longer loop. This was still fast, 1000. What about this? This is still looks pretty fast. Maybe? Well, I mean, let's try not printing, right? This was instant, almost. Okay, and then 10 to the power of 7. 1.6 seconds. So this is the... this is the direct rewrite of our async code, right? Let's do a separate one. Test.cps mjs. This one I'm going to discard, I guess. Just so that we can see the difference, if there is any difference. So the async version is 2.3 seconds, and CPS is it is faster, but it's not a lot faster, I guess, right? But it is faster, which actually is surprising, right? Like, because the JavaScript runtime could kind of do this rewrite itself, right? Is the thing. But JavaScript is doing something else. Yeah. It is faster, but it's not a lot faster. CPS. Is there something that I can optimize in this continuation passing version? What if I actually like don't call this with an argument? That's not going to change the performance, right? If I don't do this. Right, I'm just going to say f is f ret, I guess, because that's my actual continuation here in the original one, and then up the subsequent, this is just continue. I guess we do this. Hold on, am I glitching? Hold on. 1 6. No, I think it's the same. It's just like, I mean, maybe this is a little bit faster because this, after 4 attempts, did not go to 1.6 seconds. Maybe actually not giving the extra argument is faster. Okay. Anything else that I can optimize? Let's see if constructing the object versus not constructing the object. No, that probably doesn't matter. Some caching. I'm also wondering if like std.op.add is if like this is I mean probably not, right? I mean, yeah, it does make sense. If this was a lot of overhead, I would see it in my like non-async version. That's not what I should be thinking about. This over here, because it's just a function that calls the ret, right? This could just be return ret. But I mean, I guess JavaScript can see this and optimize it immediately, maybe. I don't know. Seems like it did not help with performance. One other thing that could be is you know, do like over here now I'm creating a bunch of nested functions, right? So over here I say I is equal to new I, right? And just like ChatGPT was telling to me, this, in order to find the variable I, it goes like up the stacks iteratively, right? To find this variable. Where is it defined? It is defined in that scope. What we could do instead of mutating here is we can make it a pure function, right? Why is trampoline needed? Is one call to the continuation not enough to complete it entirely? In case of sync code, at least. Trampoline is the tail call optimization. We are trying to perform the tail call here So if I try to tail call immediately, then we are going to create the new like stack frame, right? We're going to like to be inside of this call. If you were writing a language which has this tail call optimization, then the trampoline is not going to be needed, right? But it probably means that the trampoline is implemented in your runtime of the language, or in the compiled like somewhere. Trampoline is just performing the tail call in a loop. That's all that it's doing. It doesn't have to do with the continuation passing style. It's just the tail call optimization. Hello, Devninia, by the way. So I have tried the async version of like, here's what's happening, Devninia. We are trying this code, just a simple loop to 10 to the power of 7, and this is executing like 10 seconds. This is the very simplified version of my transpiled code. I was doing async, and we tried to rewrite this to the CPS style, which actually made it faster than the async version. Which means that I don't need to like keep two separate versions. I mean, no, it doesn't mean. No, hold on. It's faster than the async version, but not by a lot. So it is still a problem, the fact that I'm trying to do async everywhere. But in order to not do async everywhere, I would need to be tracking whether the function is async or not. But some functions are only async sometimes, right? Let's just see this, right? So we have the iterator, right? An iterator. Iterator is just this. We have the type, which is the iterator, which has the consumer, and it just calls the consumer a bunch of times. That's how I'm doing it right now, right? But if this function, but basically, does this function need to be async? Or in other words, what effects this function has? So this function is only async if the function that I give it to the argument is async. So, which means that this is a generic function over effects, right? And if this inner function has effects, then my function itself has the same effects, right? Or whatever. This is what we want to get into in the end. We want to be generic over the effects of the functions. Which means that we will have and I guess, what do we do then? How would I like transpile the this thing even? So we could monomorphize only over the effects, I guess. So we don't do like monomorphization for the other generics, but for the actual for the effect polymorphism, we could do monomorphization. So in which case we would actually have two separate functions. One of them would be async and one of them is not async. I'm actually wondering how the other languages do that. How does Coca language implement it? Right? So can I try the something? Can I try Coca? Coca has transpiler to JavaScript too, right? So I'm just wondering, maybe it depends. Maybe they're just doing a bunch of optimizations somehow. To see if ChatGPT knows about it. How does Coca transpile to JavaScript? Does it do monomorphization over effects? You would use the same object as JavaScript does for generator functions. Effects are not monomorphized. Cocoa's effects are row polymorphic, but at runtime, effect rows are erased. There is no specialization per effect row. If there is no monomorphization, does it mean every function is async because some effects introduce asynchronicity or whatever the word is? No. The key idea, okay, Coca distinguishes between effects that suspend and effects that don't. Only the first category infects control flow. Okay, but if a function is polymorphic over the effects, then we don't know if the effect is doing the suspension or not, right? JavaScript does not enforce everything to become async just because effects exist. Yes, I understand. What actually happens in the JavaScript backend? Most functions compile to normal synchronous JavaScript, like this, not async, no promise, no an example, pure handlers, right? Only async-like effects for async code gen. Effect polymorphism does not make functions async. Even though E is unknown, right? So this is what we do, right? This is a map, not iterate, but we have the effect E here, and this could be the async effect. So Coca does not assume suspension. The function is compiled in direct style, but at runtime, if E never suspends, then it stays synchronous, and if E does suspend, the suspension propagates only then. This is handled by the runtime, not JS async. How does it work at runtime then? When a suspending effect is performed, the runtime captures the continuation, wraps it in a promise, returns control to JavaScript, but this happens only at perform side, not at every function boundary. Wait a second. Is this what you... Okay, hold on a second. So we are compiling every function... So every function body... Wait a second, hold on. I need to I think... So we at runtime are going to see if an async function is being called, and so over here, right, we have this consumer, right? This consumer is either async or not, right? We can have this information when we... Wait, no, we cannot have this information. The consumer is going to be compiled as the synchronous function, but at some point consumer inside of it might call the thing. Which means what? Which means what? I guess it means that the consumer as a function is going to return either the result of the function if the function was synchronous and it did not have any async inside, or it's going to return the special object which says, okay, I actually am suspended and here's my continuation. Oh yeah, I think this is the this is how we can do it. That makes sense, you know? Function star. What is a star? Star is creating the generators. I mean, you can implement async await using generators, right? Is this faster than async? This is the same stuff, though. We can try that. I would assume this is going to have the same performance, though. But let's try. Test. So not CPS, not async, but gen. Okay. But okay, yeah. The question is, click on run in the top left corner. Run. Yeah. The question is, like, do I make every function a generator now? Right? It's the same question. Every function is now going to be a generator. Because like we don't track that, and we want to be polymorphic. And work in any case. I would run in the same issue like I did with async, right? Which is why I think what ChatGPT told me here about how Coca does it, where the runtime should detect if any async stuff was actually called. So here's the idea. Here's the idea. Test, detect async. So the async is going to be detected at runtime is the idea. So because this function is not async, this function is not async, and this function is not async, right? We are not going to have the await, is the idea. But then this function can return the fact that we had async. So the functions, they don't return their result, they return one of the two things, either the result or the or the thing that is not the result, right? Which is the fact that the function was suspended, so we are going to return a special thing. And then but then we need to have the continuation as an object constructed, and the continuation as an object is going to be constructed only in this case, basically. So whenever I call a function, let's just do it for the consumer, not for these ones, right? So consumer should return consumer returned is this, and I just say that if consumer returned dot continuation, no, if this returned basically if this is a promise, right? So this is a function that sometimes returns a promise and sometimes not, I guess. That's all. I would only use functions in JavaScript when you encounter a function in Kast. That's already how, I already did that. I started that yesterday and I finished it off stream, and I only have functions for functions in Kast. This generated JavaScript is now much more flat. I don't have instantly invoked closures anymore. Yeah, that was not the issue. It is still slow because basically adding numbers, right, in this case, this is a function, right? Because adding a number is not a primitive, right? It's a function defined in the standard library. This is the thing. This is a function to add to numbers, which also calls like into the runtime. So yeah, there's like layers of abstraction still. And the problem is async. The problem is like that it is async. So we only want to do the async on demand, basically. So yeah, if consumer returned is a promise. Wasn't the cases for camel and JS mixed? What? Which cases? This file, this is the generated JavaScript that I'm generating. In Kast. This one. What? OCaml. I don't have the OCaml backend anymore. I deleted it. $12 plus 13. So, what? We are doing the JavaScript, so we're just going to call this function. And this is my runtime. I mean, I could just write over here the... I could like inline it here, basically. But I need to like make better... Like this is like I don't have string interpol, like this should be like not an interpolated string. Like this interpolation was handled in the OCaml backend. I guess I could do something similar for JavaScript, but I want like a general mechanism here. So because I don't do the interpolation, basically I'm forwarding to the actual function in the runtime. Yeah, that's why. That's why I don't do the same as in OCaml, because I don't want to. It doesn't matter, right? This just adds another interaction which maybe hurts performance a little bit, but it's not the thing that is hurting the performance right now. The thing that is hurting the performance is just the asyncness. Okay. Detecting async at runtime. Depends on the amount of additions. Yeah, I know, but like, right, like I said, that's not the thing that is hurting the performance. If I compile the same code, but without async, actually, you know what? Let's do this. Let's do this as a switch. Cast transpiler JavaScript, right? Let's do this. Let async functions is true, right? And it was to like async is So yeah, when I create a function, I'm going to say that async is async functions, right? There we go. Async is I want to see async is true, right? So when I call a function and I instantiate generics, I'm going to say that this is async functions. So we can control this with this flip. It just means that I will not be able to use any async stuff in the backend. But this also means that I need to change my runtime, because now all of this async must be deleted. Right. Can I like, okay, let's just delete all of the async. Await. So IO input is just going to be throw error. And read file is going to also be throw error, because we cannot like even have syntactically async there anymore. So calling a function is just doing that. Backend. Okay, this can be async, I guess. And this is like that. Node has sync versions. Yeah, but I don't want to like... Not everything has a sync version. I think. Not everything should. Cannot find name await in runtime 29. Okay, initializing the runtime can be async, right? But the functions themselves, we make them not async. Which is not assignable to backend. Oh, because now we don't do promises, right? Now we don't do promises here. We just say void. Can I make like somehow a single switch here in TypeScript? Probably not. That was fs read file. Fs read file. Oh, I return. I need to throw. That's the reason. Okay. Well, I mean, it seems like it is actually still slow. Hold on. It is actually... Wait, hold on. It became slower? How did it become even slower than it was before? That makes no sense. Wait, there is still a wait here. I'm still iterating with async. Hold on. I'm still awaiting. I still have async. Did I not tell it? Or did I have this to be true? Yeah, false. There we go. Okay, yes. So yeah, if I just remove async, then it runs 3 times faster. Right? Then there is like more stuff than like it should still run in less than a second. So yeah. I feel bad for the JavaScript compilers having to parse all that. All this? Just a couple variables. Right? So yeah, right now the biggest performance problem is async, not like the too many extra functions, which I could inline. Does using const improve performance instead of let? Should it? Hold on. Why would that be that? Would const instead of let improve performance? There is no way it should, right? Almost never. Like, why would it? Ba-na-na-na-na. I always ask ChatGPT, would this be faster? It says no, and then I tested it and it's like 1,000 times faster. Like right now I'm doing let for every variable, but I don't know. Trying that is maybe too much work. I want to like try to optimize the async first. So basically, here's the idea. In order to make async in order to make async, we are going to, so over here I was returning void, right? And previously I was returning a promise of void, but now we're going to return either a void or a promise of void. That's what we want. So every function is going to not be async or sync. It's going to be like dependent, you know. And then when we call the function, we would want to detect if the function actually returned a promise. Is what we want, I think. You know? Type return t is t or promise t. So I just say return t, return void. Roughly this. What is this? Type my function return type is async. Async this promise, then that promise. That's not runtime. That's compile time. We want it to be detected at runtime, so that we don't. Types don't exist at runtime. They do. I can check the type of the result, and if the type of the result is a promise, then we do the async version of the current function. So basically every function, the idea that I have right now is that every function is going to be like having two modes in which it can run. It can run in a sync. It's still a comp time assertion? No. What do you mean? No. In JavaScript, you can check the types at runtime. Yes, but only with type of. Yeah, yes. Yes, so what's the issue though? What's the issue though? We can make it work, is what I'm saying. We can test if the function that we called is basically async or not, based on what it returned. Because the function, we can make the functions return, like we can even like have a tag here, right? We can have that the function which returns, you know, sync t, or it can return like async, and then we will detect it based on this tag, right? Like this. we can make the functions return these things, and then we will do based on the like basically if I'm currently running the sync version of the function, and the function that I call inside of that function is async, then I would need to switch my current function into the async version, right? Which means that doing something like the continuation passing style, right? Yeah. This sounds gross as fuck. What are the alternatives? Because, like, once again, the problem that we're solving is that we don't want, like, the other solution is to monomorphize, right? Which means generating the function, the same function multiple times everywhere, and like, it's not just every function has two versions, right? It's like each function has the number of version is going to be equal to 2 to the power of its arguments, I guess, or something similar to that. Because every function that you take as an argument is either sync or async, right? So you want to be generic over whether those functions that you take as an argument are sync or async, and so you would need to have a dedicated version of a function for every type of the argument, and all of the combinations, you know? So like, I mean, maybe ChatGPT is wrong here, right? But I asked it about how Coca does it, and it says that it checks this at runtime. I guess we can actually check in the implementation. Can you show a minimal like example of how Coca does a suspension? So here's the Coca source, right? We have async effect like this. This is the thing. Await is the only thing that can suspend. Sure. Right? In this case, this function is explicitly set to be async, right? But we don't always explicitly know that because we want to be generic, and we want to have like functions as arguments, and we want to be generic over the effect of the function. So what the JavaScript backend actually does, we say perform async await. Never blindly trust. I'm not blindly trusting, but it makes sense. So what we are doing is that the function f here is going to be compiled into a normal function, not into an async function. So this is transpiled into a normal function which performs async await. Right? So this is performing the effect, and then the arguments to this effects. This over here. So this is the continuation passing style, basically here. As I see it here, suspension is localized at await. So we have a promise. If promise is resolved, there is no suspension. And we return the continuation. Otherwise, we return the promise. It's not like this over here is a little bit weird, sure. But this means that we still have the continuation passing style, which does still have overhead. You can also just our instance of promise, by the way. Yeah, that's what I was like probably going to do. I think this is not how I imagined it. Like, so what I see, right? What I see is basically this. We have this function. Let's do another file, JavaScript. So here's the Coca code, right? And we want to compile this into the this thing. So function f is just going to be a normal function, right? And we say basically let x be like, let's call this not await. Oh, it's because we call the fetch here, right? Let's just say that we call function g here. That's the thing, right? And let's say that this is taking function g, and we want to be polymorphic over its effects. So this is like you know, effect unit, and this returns effect int, or like this returns effect int, and this returns int, right? Something like this, I think, is the Coca syntax for being polymorphic over the effects. So this can be either an async function or a sync function. So we take the function g here, and then we do something like this. We call function g, and then we say that if okay, so g result is this, right? And then we say that if g result instance of promise, basically, right? Then we are going to return the g result. Then. And over here we have the continuation, right? So then we have x into the continuation, right? So x plus 1. But if it's not, then we don't do the promise stuff, and then we just say that x is equal to the g result itself, and then we just return x plus 1, you know, like this. This is what I imagined, right? So in this case, we do the continuation passing style, and the continuation is passed into the promise because this is async. But in this case, we just do the normal stuff, right? So we still have the overhead of checking every function call for the instance of. I'm like not sure if this is having a lot of overhead. You still need to have the information in Kast if the function is async or not. Then you can compute if async for the current function is actually needed or not. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you cannot. No, that's not true. Because in this case, we are polymorphic. The function f is async only if function g is async. Otherwise, it is sync, right? So the asyncness of f is equal to the asyncness of g in this case. And this is the simple case. We could have like multiple function arguments here. You know? So in Rust, there is a thing that's called keyword generics. Let's see where Rust is going here. So keyword generics is solved. It's not solved. There's an active experience going on here. Track an issue for keyword generics. So Rust also, they want to find a way so that you don't duplicate your code for both sync and async versions. This feature has been replaced by this. You can, all code need to use the standard library when you don't make any errors in there. You can actually compute if G or F actually need to be async or not. No, you cannot. You cannot. Because you, like, okay, let's see here, right? What if you call function F twice? Because this is an argument, right? This is an argument here. So if you call it with async function first, and then you call it with a sync function. So in this case, f itself must be async, and in this case, f must be sync. Right? That's the thing. That's what I mean, but we need to be polymorphic over the effect. Unless we do like the... How would Kast allow that? Just like Coca allows that. Just how any language with the effect system allows that. This is how it works in Coca. This is over here, the Coca syntax, right? You should be able to be polymorphic over it. It's just that we don't have the async keyword, right? This is going to be like through the effects, but I mean, we can make it like an explicit thing, but anyway, it's just an effect, and we want to be polymorphic over whether it is present or not. Once again, I'm not the only language that is trying to do that. There are existing languages that have already done that, so it's not something that is impossible for sure, because there are languages that are existing that are doing that. Okay? Okay, fine. If we don't trust ChatGPT, right? So let's do this. Link to like documentation of how Coca implements that maybe, or something, instead of trusting ChatGPT. This page shows the internal effect handler primitives used by the compiler, which is the basic of how handlers and resumptions are lowered. Research papers on Coca's effect compilation. These aren't documentation. Algebraic effects for functional programming describes how algebraic effects are compiled efficiently to programs like, okay, using a selective CPS-like translation. Okay, let's take a look at this paper. Fine. Fine. It's reading. We're going into reading mode now. Where's the link? Publication. This is the link. Algebraic effect handlers are recently gaining in popularity as a purely functional approach to modeling effects. In this article, we give an end-to-end overview of practical algebraic effects in the context of compiled implementation in the Coca language. In particular, we show how algebraic effects generalize over common constructs like exception handling, state, iterators, and async await. We give an effective type inference algorithm. Sure. Let's just look at the implementation. Type inference. Let's just not care about the inference. Comparison with delimited continuations. Soundness, faulty, compilation. All right. Compiling algebraic effects efficiently is not straightforward. In particular, it can be seen the rule for handlers captures a delimited execution context, which in practice means we need to capture the call stack up to the handler. If we have full control over the runtime system, this can be done in a straightforward manner, similarly to how many compilers for Scheme and ML implement call CC. This approach does not work, though, when targeting a common runtime platform, like the JVM or .NET platform. For Coca in particular, we compile to JavaScript to take advantage of the rich libraries and stuff. In these environments, we cannot capture the call stack and need to use other mechanisms to implement effect handlers. One way to avoid capturing the stack is to translate the program into the continuation passing style. This makes the evaluation context explicit in the current continuation. For example, scheme implementations usually call this in order to implement both proper tail calls as well as calls CC when targeting JavaScript. This is also used in Scala to provide first-class delimited continuations on the JVM. With the CPS translation, the evaluation context essentially disappears since all constructs take an explicit continuation function k as last argument. That's what I was trying to do. It still has all the overhead, right? At first we tried full CPS translation in Coca, but it turned out to slow down the code significantly. Okay, right? So one of the larger programs written in Coca is a Markdown processor. This program runs usually client-side in the browser. With the full CPS translation, it started to use too much resources to run reliably. A better approach was needed. Okay, so here's where we are, right? It has been long recognized that one can selectively CPS transform only parts of the program that needed it. In our case, we only have to use CPS translations for those parts which may issue effectful operations. Moreover, since effects are tracked in the type system, we can use a type-directed selective CPS translation. We build the translation blah 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 for the simply typed lambda calculus extended with call CC and throw. However, the translation applies to monomorphic effects only. And yeah, so yeah, because we are not doing monomorphic effects, right? We want to have polymorphic effect variables. In translation, this becomes more complex. We want to be polymorphic over the effects, right? This complicates things. So we define the CPS translation over then explicitly typed core calculus. This is system F extended to the effect annotations. In particular, lambdas carry the effect of the body. Effect handlers are annotated. There is a special construct, this, which opens the effect of E, which effect is generated, something, something, something. For a selective translation, we need a function H for handle defects that determines based on the type if the CPS translation is needed. The handler function we also overload to determine if a particular effect may need a CPS translation. For now, I mean, so like not everything is polymorphic, right? So for some things we can know for sure that it's not sync. For some things we know for a fact that they are async, but some things are polymorphic and so we don't really know, and the function may be both sync and async. So that's what I'm wondering about here. The built-in effects consist of exceptions, non-determination, non-determinism, this, and general I/O operations. All of these are usually provided directly by the target system, like JavaScript, and thus can be directly compiled without needing a CPS translation. Yeah. For any function f with function type with effect e, where h is true, f is translated to CPS style and will have an extra continuation parameter k at runtime. When this is false, the function is compiled as usual without a continuation parameter. The last case of h for polymorphic. So yeah, the last case for h for a polymorphic effect variable u is only false if u is an element of the set something. This is some math symbols here. In general, we always need to assume a CPS translation is needed. So there, okay. For any u, as such a variable may get instantiated later on with a user-defined effect. However, as we will see, for polymorphic functions, we need to generate two translations, right? Yeah, there we go. So for polymorphic functions, we need to generate two versions, the sync and async version. Or I guess the one that captures the continuation and the one that doesn't. And the set is used to force certain effect variables to be treated as needing no CPS translation. In the case of polymorphic functions, the simplified types of section 3.2 turn out to have a performance impact as well. Many functions that would otherwise get a type with an open polymorphic effect are now closed and thus don't need to be the CPS translation, as h would be false In the Coca-Cola, the reduced set. I cannot read this. Hold on. What are they saying here? The polymorphic functions will need to generate 2 translations. The paper kind of saying what you said, as far as I understand. The paper is saying what I said. We are generating 2 versions. 2 translations means that we have 2 versions of the function. We don't translate it to a sync or async version. This over here says that we have 2 versions in which we transpile. But how do we select which version is going to be used? That's the question, right? What am I reading? I'm reading, this paper is about Coca language, and over here this section is about compiling the effects, right? So effects are the mechanism, which is the abstract mechanism over like a bunch of things, and one of the things is asynchronous. So whether your function is async or sync is not necessarily like just a thing that is known at compile time, but we can be polymorphic over that. And if we are polymorphic, then how do we compile? Because so like what I'm doing right now when I'm compiling is I'm compiling everything is async, and this has a lot of overhead, which makes the thing run very slowly, right? But I cannot like make everything not async, because some things are async, right? So we are going to eventually have the proper effect system, but the question is still how do we transpile it and stuff. So for some functions we will know for a fact that they are async, and for some functions we will know for a fact that they are not async. But some functions, they take other functions as arguments, and their asynchronous is tied to the to the argument's asynchronous, right? So like it depends basically. Sometimes the function is async, sometimes it's not. You still need to have an effect inference. For example, add is async, x is extraneous if effect async, which can be optimized away since no actually async stuff is happening. Well, I mean, yes, I know. But that's not why, though. If we explicitly annotate something with async, it's going to be assumed to be async. But in general case, we will basically infer the asynchronous, yes. But in the general case, we infer it, and the inferred variable stays a variable, inference variable, which is a generic parameter of the function. So the asynchronous is the polymorphic argument. So it's not a constant. So some functions are not like known at statically whether they are async or not. They have the polymorphic argument, which says whether the function is async or not. Okay? You're talking ancient language? I'm giving you this example. Here you go. How do you infer this? How do you infer this? right? We want to allow this. We want to allow calling a function with async function and with not async function, and this should be compiled because this function f is polymorphic over the effect. This is effect, right? Effect can be async or can be sync, right? And we are polymorphic over it. This is the Kast syntax over here, but in Kast there's a different syntax that is planned, which is going to be this. F is, you know, we have effect. This is effect, and this is taking g, which is a function returning int with effect e, and this returns int with effect e, you know, and this is just calling function g plus 1. So this is like the explicit form of having a function, so we don't know whether function g is async or not async, right? So we are polymorphic over it. If you have never tried an effectful language, but I thought you tried DevNinja, right? I think you can, like, can you not do this in like effect TS either? Be polymorphic over the effects. Hello, Sluddy Type I. You can. So there you go. So you can be polymorphic over async, which means that your function is sometimes async and sometimes is not. So no matter how much inference you do, it is sometimes async and sometimes it's not. So the question is, how do we compile it? How do we compile a function that is sometimes, based on the argument that we pass to it, async and sometimes is not? One of the options is to do monomorphization, but monomorphization will result in a lot of functions. And I try to do not do monomorphization, and Coca does not do monomorphization as far as I understand. We can also try to do apply the same existentialization approach, right? Where we actually can have the type information available to us. Right, we already have the types as available to us at runtime, technically. Right, so over here the function add is technically having another argument t, which is because add is a generic function over the type of the left hand side and right hand side. What is the type of the things that we're adding together, right? We have this as a runtime argument already. It's just like most of the types are just represented as null or like an ID at runtime. So maybe we can determine whether we should be async or not async based on that, you know? So we have over here, this consumer is maybe async or maybe not async, right? But we have the type of the consumer here, you know? We have consumer type, right? And then we basically say that we say if consumer type is async, then we are going to return the promise, right? But otherwise we just return the normal function call, basically something like this. So we will have two versions of the functions compiled here. But it does mean that I need to have in my language the ability to abstract over the effects. So that syntax where we introduce the generic argument must exist in the language. So I introduce this so basically, yeah, I guess like we can even have the effect, I guess, here available at runtime, and then if effect is async, then we like do the async version and stuff like that. Kind of. Let me But there's like this other idea is also is also possible technically, I think. Where when we call a function, we see the result type, and if the result type is a promise, then we need to like continue the rest of the function. We need to convert the rest of the function into the continuation and like pass it into the promise. And then return a new promise. So this is how we do it. So the perform async await is not an async function here. It's conditionally async. It's either returns a promise or the actual thing. But this is over here done with already the function rewritten in continuation passing style, which we can do. But if we rewrite everything into the continuation passing style, then we're still having the overhead. So what I'm guessing that we should do is we should have two versions, right? Which seems to be what they are saying here, right? We have both the CPS style and the straightforward versions for every function, at least for every one that is polymorphic. But if in the middle, but like basically it means that I need to determine whether my function is going to be async or not immediately, right? Because this, what ChatGPT says here, we already have the continuation, but we don't have the continuation. We need to construct the continuation somewhere in the middle of the function. Does the camel not have loops? Or why are you using the for? Where? This is JavaScript, this is not a camel. I'm just playing around with like trying to understand what I need to generate for having like better performance, right? Also, one of the things that I could do is I can like say that this is fast enough, you know? So the question is it fast enough for like for now, right? But I kind of want to solve it anyway. So is iterating over over 10 million integers taking 10 seconds fast enough? So 1 million integers in 1 second. Is that fast enough? If that is fast enough, then we can just skip this. But at some point it will not be fast enough for sure. Skip it for now. Yeah, but what do I do then? I want to think about it a little more. Focus on self-hosted. But like, I can start writing the self-hosted version, but I will not be able to use it if it's not quick enough, right? So I will need to do this anyway later in order to use the self-hosted version. Because if the compiler is going to be slow, then it's going to be bad, right? Otherwise, we can almost maybe we can actually start to do the self-hosting already. I mean, the actual effect system is like the thing that is missing the most currently in the language. So the detection of something that is of the effects, the inference. 1 million operations a second is fast enough. This is a very primitive operation though, right? This is very primitive operation, which is just adding two numbers together. I guess it is like comparing the number and adding the numbers, right? How fast is node ban? I mean, let's just test the actual JavaScript version, right? We will just say for I is 0, I less than this. I mean, this is probably just going to be optimized like a lot, right? So this is just an empty loop. That's what we're trying to run, right? This is just instant. Supports underscores. Yeah, I should support this myself too, by the way. Can I say, maybe let's have sum, you know, let sum is 0, and then we say sum plus equal I, right? Something like this. Let's do a million here, so that it's not super slow. So cast run this. I need to undo everything. Yeah, let's like forget what I was doing. This is useful though. Being able to switch whether my functions are async or not. I'm just going to say true here for now. Okay, and then we're going to, I guess I'm just going to switch back to the main branch. I'm just going to delete these files. Switch for async.js. So right now, it is still running. This is a million. Oh wait, no, it's not a million. Yeah, this was yeah, so this is just the loop over 10 millions. Yeah, 10 seconds, so 1 million operations. Let's do a million, but let's do this. Sum is 0, and then we like sum plus equal I, and then we like in the end dbg print sum, something like this. No? What doesn't work? Oh, not mutable, that's right. Okay, so there you go. This was actually really quick. So let's do 10 million. Fine. And then we will have the same in JavaScript to see how much slower am I than JavaScript right now, right? Let sum be it's 15 seconds, not 20. Yeah, it makes sense. There's 3 operations that we are doing in the hot loop. Adding the numbers and comparing the numbers. Comparing the numbers is like also slow because of the same reason we are going through like the function, less, right? And stuff. So yeah, that makes sense. It makes the performance 50% worse. Because I had added another operator. So if I do this, then this runs instantly, right? Obviously. Let's see how much can we do. Let's do 100 millions. Let's do a billion. Okay, so let's do 10 billions. And I guess this means that my transpile JavaScript is basically 1,000 times slower than this JavaScript, right? You think the JIT optimized this? I need to do some things like... I mean, yeah, like, I'm pretty sure that this should be slow, even if I JIT this in C without optimizations. How do I make sure that it's not optimized away here? So like adding these things together, that's why I was trying to add the adding so that it did not like do nothing. Yeah, this is definitely optimized. There is no way it's this fast. Can I say something like this? Let's say if I percent sum is not equal to 0. Yeah, how about that? Let's start with 1. Let's go back to a million. This is still fast, really? There's no way. Node jitless. You want me to do the jitless? But should I, like, I mean, I want to use the JIT because I'm transpiling to JavaScript. I should make use of JIT. Right? But even JITless, this is still really like... this is still fast, right? So I'm 50 times slower than JITless here, right? So 1 second for 50, but I do 1 second for a million operations. I feel like this is still not the correct test, though. Well, I mean, I do like have the functions and stuff, right? So over here, it should be like stdcmp. Let's do this: stdcmp less I 50,000, right? Const std cmp less ab a less than b, and op add ab a plus b, right? We say sum is std op add sum I. Maybe in this case it's going to not optimize it. I is std op add I1, like that. No, I think it still optimizes it. You want how fast ban would run? Nix shell, nix packages, ban. Do I just do ban instead of node and that's it? Ban is slower. 50% slower. What else is there? The Dina. Dino is so Dina, Ban, and Node. Node is still the fastest in this specific example, I guess. But I'm still surprised. This is doing that. That's a lot of operations, right? The billion operations a second. Is that normal? Maybe. Because these are very simple operations. Okay. What about the naive approach without the standard object? Even this? So this runs in under a second. Ban is faster here. I mean, this maybe is already like the flakiness of the times, though. Right? Dino is still the slowest. Yeah, Ban is under 800 milliseconds. And Node is slightly higher. Yeah. All right. Why are we looking at this again? Okay, so you say that I should ignore this issue even although I'm 1,000 times slower than I have to be? And by the way, so I am 1,000 times slower than Node.js here, but then we have the actual interpreter of Kast without transpiling to JavaScript, which is like 1,000 times slower still, which means that it's a billion times slower than JavaScript. My interpreter. Say async functions false. No, we cannot. Oh wait, but I can. Or can I not? Is it a slogan? My language is 1,000 times slower than JavaScript, but has better syntax. I want to think more about this problem though. I cannot stop now. Like what else to do? Just like start rewriting, like, or no, I need to start writing something, right? We can I can fill in the missing parts of the JavaScript transpiler, I guess. You know, we have still a bunch of things when I compile like this. You see that there is the networking. The networking is not only implemented in the interpreter, so I can make my my Twitch bot run through the JavaScript transpiled, I guess. Yeah, comparing is useless for sure. Yeah. I'm not like cheating anything, right? So like it's like completely irrelevant. I think like at some point I will make my interpreter fast by having JIT in it, right? Or at least like there is some subset of the language that we like. I was actually like thinking as one of the ideas, like making a simple like we have the transpiler to JavaScript, so I can just in time transpile to JavaScript, invoke that during in the interpreter. It's just like not all of the code can be transpiled to JavaScript, so I need to detect if I can, and if I can, then I do that, and then I use that during the interpretation. Yeah. Was one of my ideas, because otherwise like it means that I will have even more targets basically if I have like the proper native runtime, because like for now I want to keep it small, right? So just the JavaScript and the interpreter is going to be it for a long time, I think. I'll start caring about performance when I reach self-hosted, I guess. Yeah, I guess. Fine, I mean, but I still like, it's a fun problem to think about. That's what I'm saying, right? I guess it's true that I don't need it right now, but I will need it eventually. So like once again, I'm doing transpilation to JavaScript, but eventually I'm going to have I'm going to want to compile to native stuff, right? So I want to make sure that my language is designed in a way that it allows for native compilation without garbage collector, which like and stuff like that, you know. You will encounter it soon and often enough to think about it. All right, fine. Let's just not do that. Let's just say that I'm doing the feeling missing JavaScript missing JavaScript things in STD, I guess. So yeah, let's try to make sure that our Twitch bot is running through the JavaScript. How about that? Yeah, let's just say that. Making Twitch bot run with JS backend. Which means that I need to be able to connect to a TCP stream, right? So how do we do that? TCP stream, Node.js, TCP. Create connection. Actually, a function which creates a new socket immediately initiates the connection and then returns the socket that starts the connection. I mean, we're just going to have this similar stuff in JavaScript. This is going to be, yeah, we have read line. I will eventually want a different API here too, but let's just do this for now. The listener. I guess the listener is not used for the Twitch chatbot, so we just need the stream. Runtime. Backend net. TCP stream. Connect. Address. Promise. Okay, so how do I represent the opaque types here, though? I guess this should be any. From the outside, it should be any. Because the type is different based on the backend. Can you do, like, associated type with an interface in TypeScript? I don't think you can, right? Connect. Readline. Unknown. Not any. Unknown. What's the difference again? Readline. Unknown explicitly needs you to check the types. Okay. I kind of want this to not be unknown here, right? I still want it to be like something. Can I say TCP stream is just unknown, I guess. So I just write TCP stream here, you know. So read line would be a mutable reference. Stream ref mut to TCP stream. And this is promise of a string. And now I need to like figure out what is a ref mut. Ref mut. T is get function into T and set T value T into void, right? Stream, no, read line, then we have write, stream refmut TCP stream. Dun, 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 dun. And data, which is a reference to a string, it returns a promise void. Like this. What's the problem with the syntax here? Semicolon expected? Why? Oh, you can... Oh, wait, I cannot do the destructuring here, right? Yeah, I should just say args is this. There we go. Usually the write returns... Yeah, I know, like, this is not my current API. This just, like, makes sure that it's all written. If not all can be written, it's just going to, like, throw an exception or whatever. This is not my final API. I'm just... whatever is fastest to do without thinking much. I don't know, maybe I should think about it, but I feel like I will redo all of that from scratch anyway at some point. This is not type, it's like interface, right? Can I say interface depends on ref t, right? And interface ref t is just get. Extends. And then close. Also, like, close is like weird. TCP stream close. Yeah, because we have two closes for the listeners and for the streams. So this should be also stream right. Probably. Let's just name this TCP stream. Stream, right? TCP stream read line. But I guess connect is just the thing that returns the stream. So this should be inside of a stream. And then we have a close, which is a stream. Promise point. Okay, that's what we need to implement in the browser. In the browser, I guess in the browser, I will just say that the entire networking is just going to not be present. Can I just say undefined? It's going to say that it's not assignable or something, right? Can I say undefined as underscore? Like, can I make sure that the type, that like the type checker does not... I guess I can say undefined or, right? Question mark. Not in the TCP though, right? In the network, you do question mark. Question mark at the end of the type is not valid TypeScript. No. You just do this or undefined, right? Yeah, I was trying the question mark earlier. It also doesn't work. I'm pretty sure I cannot. Type X is in question mark, right? The question mark at the end of the type is not valid. Did you mean to write number or undefined? It knows that it's that's what I'm trying to. Question mark relates to the type of the field. Oh, I see. Oh, so like the network is something that might not be there, so we just do this. Question mark. So the network is not necessarily present. And I guess the file system also, right? And the, yeah, sure. Then we just say that the file system is also going to be undefined in the browser, right? Like that. I don't like the fact that it doesn't complain if I forget to, like, I want this to be explicitly undefined, right? And if I forget about it here, then I want it not. You know, like I want this to be explicitly undefined here. We just do null. If I do undefined or, then it actually complains, right? So so undefined or this is different from an optional field, right? Even though it's the same thing, technically. Okay. Sure. So now I say that file system is this, and then networking is this. At TCP connect address Can I like automatically do something? Maybe this should not be like the object type, but like the I mean, it is the interface. And to create like a class that implements the interface or something instead of creating the object like this. Maybe. It's a little weird because I'm also doing the commas here. Read line, args, 0 stream 1 data, stream reference and data reference, I guess. Stream reference. Okay, so now we just need to figure out how to connect. Const net is await import node net. Net dot connect, create connection, connect. This is alias to create connection. Note, create connection. This returns a socket. Options, connect opt. Options. How to get like good auto-completion for... Or is this the auto-completion, right? These are all of the arguments. Path, port. But I just have a single address here. How do I connect to like the thing that is given to me as a string in JavaScript? Connect, port, host. Wait, why is host an optional argument? So if I don't give it the host and connect listener, then the only argument is a port? Does it connect to the local host then? Or like, why is this so weird? Yeah, default is localhost, okay. Okay, well, I mean, I need to like split the address, right? So host and port is address.split. Can I split once in JavaScript? There is a limit. Okay, limit is the value, the limit, the number of elements. Split address, the splitter is a colon. But I want the first colon. Wait, no, I don't want it. Yeah, well, yeah, there is only a single colon, right? When we do the connect like this. That's not HTTP, that's just address, which contains this thing there, too. Can I do let? Like, does it know? It doesn't complain here. Shouldn't this basically know that this returns the element, the list of 2? Or that this is not, like, exhaustive pattern? What's going to happen here in JavaScript? 2 won't work for IPv6? Yeah, I guess. How do I split last? How do I split last? Address dot I guess we say we can do like last index of, and then implement this ourselves. Last index of colon, const colon index is this address sub string 0 colon index. That's host. Port is address substring colon index plus 1. Right. If colon index is less than 0, throw error, no colon, and TCP connect net connect. So we connect to the path, which is host and port, but port must be a number, so I must parse it first, right? So I do like parse int, right? So this gives me the socket, and I just return it, right? Or do I need to like await the connection? Hold on. Const socket is this. Return socket. I need to await the fact that connection appeared, happened, right? Connecting, connect once. How do I await? Maybe, wait, hold on. Maybe I can do node net slash promises or something. No, there's only a single one. How do I see all of the methods in short without like having all of the descriptions? Is there no index? Socket, like where's all of the methods of a socket? This documentation is not very nice to use. Table of contents at the top. Oh, it's at the top. Okay. Classnet socket. Okay. It's good. It's good. Never mind. So what am I looking for? Right, ready state, pending. Should I wait for the event ready? There's also event connect, and then there's event ready. Immediately when the socket is ready to use, triggered immediately after connect. Connect. Immediately when a connection is successfully established. Okay, so I need to have the event. I need to wait for the event to happen, right? So how do I wait for this? So they don't give me the async stuff. They just give me the events. Is there a way to like await an event quickly? Add event listener. So we have event connect. And if the connect happens, then we resolve the promise. But then there is also an error, right? So an error is going to happen when an error occurs. The close event will be called directly following this event. Okay, let's just do... a new promise. Resolve reject. Just do socket add listener connect. Connect is going to be a resolve. Right, and socket add event add listener for the error to be reject. But then like, what happens if you like reject a promise that was already resolved earlier? So I need to like unbind this listener. You think error is wrong? Look again at events. Event error. It just emitted when an error occurs. Oh. In table of contents, it is here. Error. What's wrong? Connection attempt failed. That's failed the connection attempt. It's doing multiple attempts, I'm assuming, right? Because there is the there is attempt because the target maybe like localhost, and for localhost it's going to try IPv4 and IPv6. So that's going to be like 2 attempts, right? Because the host can be resolved to multiple addresses. So if there is some attempt failed, that's like you tried connection attempt. Connection attempt failed, yes. This may be emitted multiple times. What do like what are you saying? I'm saying that it probably means that there is multiple attempts that is going to happen. It's not the connection that failed, it's the connection attempt that failed. So the connection can still succeed. Wait, hold on. Socket connect is asynchronous. When the connection is established, the connect event will be emitted. Hold on. Well, there is a synchronous one. Socket connect. Connect path. Wait, it's port host or it's options. For TCP connections. For TCP connections. I need to do host and not the path, by the way. This is so not intuitive in my opinion. I don't know. So net connect is like returning the socket immediately, but it's not the async function. What I want instead is to say net create. No, not create connection. Just net new net socket. Is that what we want? Options. What are the options? No options. Is that what I do? And then we do socket. No. Then I do like just socket connect, and that is something that I can. This is asynchronous, but the return is a socket and not a promise. Why does it say that it's asynchronous? Oh, because, okay, it's establishing the event. It's not like async, it's asynchronous. That's different, right? In JavaScript, there's asynchronous and then there's async. Worst way of implementing an API? I don't know, maybe like, I'm just, I don't know. It probably all makes sense. It's just not what I'm used to, probably. Node.js async TCP API. Is there like such a thing? You create server, and then you do the event. So like it's a callback system, right? Not async. Using async await with TCP sockets. While the core net API is event callback based, you can use the built-in Node.js features like promise. Yeah, like I just need to wrap it into the promise myself, right? Or use this promise socket, but that's from the an external. I don't want to use any external dependencies. I think it's not that difficult to create a promise here. But yeah. But what I'm saying is that when I'm creating a promise here, like I'm waiting for this event, right? Can I wait for event? In general. Await the promise. There is no promise. There's only events. I cannot await the promise. If there is no promise, I need to create the promise. But then the promise will never resolve because the error is going to happen. So like it means that I need to subscribe to the error now and reject the promise. But then this means that if the error occurs later after the connect, then we are still going to reject the promise, which was already resolved, right? You would also use a timeout. I think there is a timeout by default. I'm assuming, because there was the timeout error already, right? Or you mean like the promises have the timeouts? Is there like a built-in timeout in the promise API? No. Go, for example, also has timeout, but in the standard library, the client is set to the infinity. Yeah, it depends. I don't care about this yet. This is not the final API anyway. Okay, I'm just saying that I need to like remove the listener, right? Once we are resolved. So we are going to say if we are connected, then we're going to resolve. I guess that is fine. Or I guess we're going to return this. We're going to resolve with the socket itself, I guess, right? But if we are rejecting, then we are going to reject the reason. The reason is like error. I need to construct the error object here, right? Failed. Is there like, hold on, the error has the event, right? Can I say like e dot, what is e? Oh, e is already an error, so we just reject with an error, right? But over here when I resolved, hold on, I need to socket remove listener, remove listener. Can I remove like the specific listener, right? So this is like on error, and I say over here on error as this, and I will remove on error. Does this work? No. Remove listener. There's event name, and then okay, I still need to give it the error and on error, right? Like this. Is that the correct now way to do it? So this has the error type. And then we just return this promise so we can await the connection to successfully happen, or we are going to be rejected. And then we just do net connect host and port. Okay. Also, the socket is going to have the internal state, because I'm having this API of read line, which means that we have the buffered stuff, but instead the sockets, they have the we have the events, right? Socket. Oh my god. I need to go to the top. Socket. We have event data, right? What's the drain event? When the write buffer becomes empty. Can we use the throttle uploads? Okay. What is lookup? It's a host name resolved. Yeah, I just need the data, right? So emitted when the data is emitted. The argument will be buffer or string. Encoding of a data is going to be this. Okay. How do I make sure that it's a string? Because that's what I'm working with right now. I need to like have my TCP socket where the options are. Like, is there an option that there is encoding or something? Half open, keep alive. Like, it says it can be this or that. Like, when it's going to be this. Oh, encoding of a data is set by socket set encoding. Okay, there we go. So we do connect and then we do net set. No, we do socket set encoding. It cannot be set immediately in the options. It must be done separately here. And then encoding. Wait, why is set encoding has an optional argument encoding? If I don't set the encoding, it's going to set the default encoding, so like it's going to do the strings, right? So this is all the documentation that I have. What is going to do if this is absent? The encoding for the socket has a readable stream. See readable get set encoding. That's the character encoding. By default, no encoding is assigned and the buffer objects are returned. UTF-8 will be interpreted as UTF-8. What if happens if we have no? Or is it just going to go back to the buffers then? I guess it's going to go back to the buffers, right? I'm just guessing here because the documentation is too difficult to read, or am I bad at reading? Node encoding is buffer, encoding is string. That's what I assume, but like that's not what like it's the documentation doesn't says that. It's not that hard. It's not hard to read. But where does it say that no encoding is equal to buffer? Where does it say it? It just says that by default, no encoding is assigned and we return the buffers. But when we set, it causes this to return strings rather than the buffer objects. So I did set an encoding, I just set it to undefined, right? So does it mean that I have a string of undefined encoding? Because that's like how I read documentation. Where does it say it? Where does it say undefined mean no? Undefined. Where does it say it? I think you're lying. It never says that undefined means no. It just says that by default there is no encoding. By default is no undefined. That's different. Can you point me to the like specific word where it says that? Okay. We just say socket. Add event listener. Data. Data. So now we have data, which is going to be string. Why doesn't this type check? Why does the TypeScript not complain here if the type of this function should be taking string or buffer, but I'm taking just a string? By default, no encoding. Undefined is default. So you just imagined that there was something there, right? You just imagined, because it's not saying that undefined is default. It's not saying that. Setting and encoding causing the stream data to be returned as strings, yes. Undefined is always default. Yes. But it's not saying that, so like I must be assuming that because it's JavaScript, right? That was the missing part. So it's not saying it. It just thinks that I should infer it because we're using JavaScript. And when it says setting and encoding, it means setting to something that's not undefined. That's how we should read the documentation, right? Because that's what it means. Because setting to undefined means unsetting. It's not means setting, right? Like, when I say let x be undefined, that doesn't mean that I set the value of x to be undefined. It means that I have the x with like, which has unset value, right? Is that correct? Let x is equal undefined. Yes, but when I say let, okay, this means that x is equal to undefined. That means that the default is undefined, but the default is undefined, and setting it equal to undefined. Okay. Let's just stop. It's just weird wording, in my opinion. It's just confusing. Bum, 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 bum. Nobody can be right when the topic is JavaScript. I also want to add listener of the event. I want to like of the error. I want to like kind of store the error for the future. You know, error socket dot. Okay. Hold on a second. Can I say over here type? Can I have type that is not on the top level? TCP socket is going to be, you know, socket is net. No, I cannot use the net because this is a wait import. Ah, my god. This is so import socket.type. I'm having like a single file which works both for the browser and that stuff, which is why I'm doing this import instead of a top level import. Import.type. Yeah, but do I do like import.type in everywhere? That's just weird. I'd rather not do that. Can I just say this? Const, you know, result is socket. Yeah, how about that? And then over here, I will say that result.error is E. Yes. You did it for Monaco since it has some issues. Yeah, and it was very weird. I didn't like that. TypeScript is weird. I don't want to do the same that I did there. It's not TS, it's disgusting JavaScript. I mean, I'm writing TypeScript here. No, this is TypeScript. You see .ts. Here's tsconfig. It's not JavaScript. I'm writing TypeScript here. I mean, okay, fine. Let's just say type TCP stream is, so like this TCP stream over here, this is unknown because like we don't know the backend, right? Can I have the interface contain the type inside of it in TypeScript? Like the associated type in Rust to the trait. Can we? JavaScript, no, TypeScript, interface, associated type. Hello, Betcop. Associated types in TypeScript. Stack Overflow. Wait, interface add type output. No, there isn't anything like this. There are alternatives that can address some of the problems. You can infer the type based on to the generic like this. Use type rem and make return value the type rem. So you mean that like if I have a generic backend, I can also like get rid of the backend. Like I'm just trying to make sure that I'm adherent to some interface here, right? Which complicates things. I could just let the inference do the job. But if I want to make a generic interface, then I want to have like all of the associated types here. What TCP stream is like this, right? But basically this should be like, okay, but how do I specify this now? Can I do like, I cannot use the inference here because the types are weird. So this should be like either a browser backend or a Node.js backend. You can always use unknown. Oh, that's what I was trying to do, right? TCP stream is unknown. So like over here it is unknown. But then over here it is known. So I'm creating a new type. TCP stream inside of the node. That's going to be what? It's going to be like socket is, so we do import node net dot socket. That's what we do. Hello? Parentheses. Hello? What's wrong? Module node net does not refer to a type. Wait, what do I write again? What do I write again? This doesn't work. No space. No space where? Over here? No. It says module node net does not refer to a type. It was used as a type here. Did you mean type of import node net? Socket is implicitly has any type. No. Unknown. I'm just going to store the error here. Socket. So from type of, I mean that's the same though as a dot, right? So I don't think so. It's not the same as a dot. It should be the same. Import net TCP net node net. Like it cannot do anything here. I should like just take a look at how I did it for my Monaco, right? Which is the playground. Where did I do that? Do you remember? Kast DTS. Oh, this over here. Yeah, import types dot diagnostics. Wait, yeah, it works here, right? But so why can I not do that? So this is a type. So this is a proper type. Why is this not a proper type? Dot socket. Like it even... Oh wait, it auto-completes now. Hold on, this works. But I cannot use this over here? Wait, now it works. Didn't I try to do the same literally? Oh, because I had the space before? No, that's not the case. I don't know what's different. Because I did the parentheses? Yeah, with parentheses it doesn't work. Okay, weird. Fine. I cannot say net though, right? Yeah, because this one is not a namespace. This is like a runtime variable. Okay, whatever. Okay. So now I can do this. This should be promise TCP string. Okay, property error does not exist. Result is TCP stream. There we go. So now this exists. All right, and then when we have the data, I'm just going to say result buffer plus equal data. So we're going to have the buffer of the data inside of this thing. Yeah. 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 So buffer is string. And we're just going to say that buffer is empty string here. Colon. Okay, so we resolve into the result. Right? So we should be able to do that. And now when we do the read line, well, now I need to like wait for it, right? Well, we have the buffer here. How do you do this? How do you do read line now? Promise void read line promise string. Write is promise void. Hello? What's the issue now? What did I do? I just said that this is promise. Oh, there we go. This still doesn't type check. Type this is not. Unknown is not assignable to TCP stream. So how do you do this? Unknown? Is this impossible? So like this is in general unknown, so it depends on the backend, right? How do you do this in TypeScript? Infer in the generic. You can infer the type of a past generic like this. Oh wait, hold on. Would you say infer I? Wait, there is infer? Infer I? Infer I? I is declared, but it's never read. Infer declarations are only permitted in the extents of the conditional type. Okay. Index in a field's field. Type storage T. You can use the index syntax to get the types of this field and they're public. Async storage number state. Okay. According to the documentation, it's going to be something like this. Container item type. In stack extends container number. How do I specify the type of the backend? Where the types are depending on it. I mean, I guess we just keep this being unknown, right? Can I say interface AT is unknown, connect T? That's not going to work still. That is not going to work. Because, like, when I specify the type here, now I will either, like, basically you're saying that over here it will be unknown, right? Which is going to be the same. I'm going to say that this is unknown, or I need to specify the actual type here, but I cannot specify the type here because the type depends on whether we are in the browser or here. This is a dependent type. TypeScript does not have dependent types, right? Does it? Unknown is the default value, which can be overridden. I understand, but what do I override it with? It doesn't, like, matter that I can override it. I guess what we can do is, like, I don't specify this type annotation here. I just specify the type annotation over here. Somewhere. Right? So inside of the browser, I will say that type TCP stream is like, you know, undefined. And then we return this. Can you do type annotation even in TypeScript for like the entire expression? Can I do this colon backend of TCP stream? You cannot do type annotation anywhere in TypeScript. But so I can like assign this to a variable first, right? Const std, const backend is this. And then we return backend. So that I can say that backend is backend with this TCP stream now, right? So this is a local type now, and I can do that. You can make this browser as having true false, and then say type of backend is this, then that. Yeah. Can I not really have associated types? Have you read any books on reading body language? No. Is there something I'm saying with my body language right now? What am I saying? That's dependent typing. Yeah, I guess it is dependent typing indeed. Can I make it like fancier though? Can I say like backend type, right? And this is like and this is like backend type is you know, browser or Node.js, right? Something like this is what we want. I guess like this. Browser or Node, right? That's what we want. How do you specify like backend? Do you think it would help with getting girls? Reading books and getting girls? I don't think I think it's like one or the other, right? I mean, it depends. It depends. You can try. If you tried without reading a book. Try with reading a book then, right? It depends on what kind of girls you want to get. What do I say? Like type is like can I do this? This is backend type? No? You can mark is browser as having type true false, right? So this is basically is browser, right? How do I make this the generic argument? Oh, you're saying like is browser as a runtime value, right? Oh, I see. So you're saying that like over here this is browser. We already have is browser, right? Yeah. Yeah, how about I say that we have let's do this. We have backend type browser or node. And then I say that is there only ternary operators? I mean, I only need these two, I guess. Fine. Is browser. Well, I mean, this is Boolean anyway, right? This is Boolean. Okay. So we just say that TCP stream is browser. Or can I not do this? Is browser then unknown? Else any? No. Is browser refers to the value, but it's being used as a type here. I need true or false. Type of is browser. Extends true. Is that what we can actually do? So this is undefined, but in the node, I guess is node also is the same one, right? True, false. Let's say is node. So in this case, it's going to be what? It's going to be this TCP stream that I did here, right? This is my type. Okay. Yeah, okay, sure. Like this. So we don't do backend TCP stream, we just do backend. And now we should type check. Type, wait, what? Is not assignable to undefined. Why? If is node is true. Why does it not type check? Why does it think that TCP stream is undefined in this context where is node is true? You need to remove either is node or is browser. There's no relation between them right now. Does it matter though? I'm only using it in this node for my typing, right? Let's swap them, sure. So this is not node. This is browser. Yeah, see, like it still thinks that this is undefined. Although TCP stream is, if we are in node, then it should be this, right? So it does not extend because the type of his node is Boolean. It's not true or false. Yes, because yeah, it's not like type of his node. We need to like the value itself should extend it, right? You cannot do this because like when you do this, that the is node should be the type that is available at compile time. But this is a runtime value. You cannot do this. The type of his node is still a Boolean. It's not true. Unless we make the is node the, I guess, backend is node, I guess, right? Like, is node a generic in TCP stream? TCP stream is node like this. This is different. Is node here. Is node here. This refers to a type. Oh, so I need to like this. Okay. If I do is node. Okay, so this works. Right? This works. So interface backend is node. And then we do this. TCP stream is node. Can I do this without duplicating my types though? So this is backend is node. Or what is it? Now this does not work, right? Because this should be backend true or false here, right? That's what we do. So in this case, we return true. Yeah, but like now it does not figure this out. Or wait, hold on. I see. So we just say that we just say type TCP stream now is TCP stream true. But this refers to the same type, so I need to like call them differently or put this into a namespace. So like ideally this is part of the interface namespace. Wait, can I say namespace backend? Namespace declaration is only allowed at the top level. Ah, you are being annoying. Fine, let's do top level. So I can do an interface and a namespace at the same time. Let's move all the types to the top level, I guess. Because that's the only thing that is possible in this language. Can I say over here now backend.tcp stream? It must be declared before now. And since backend is no exported, I need to export it. Okay. Alright. Is there a cleaner way to do this? Just not do types and do JavaScript instead of TypeScript? Imagine being so bad at keeping a promise that you promise void. Because that's the only thing you can reliably deliver. Yeah, hello Raymarch. Are you familiar with TypeScript type system? I'm struggling here with like satisfying it. What I would do here is an associated type in the trait backend, but like I cannot do that in TypeScript. Undefined. All right, now what does this error say? Hold on, the beautiful error message. Type this is not assignable to type backend boolean. Excuse me. Type this, type this, type this, type that. Type undefined is not assignable to socket. The type returns by get are incompatible within these types. The type parameter of stream ref and stream are incompatible. Backend true or backend false. I don't do this. I say backend true or backend false. Okay. Oh, and now it's actually satisfied. Okay, nice. Okay. Better TypeScript errors is an extension. Sure. Okay, let's continue though, right? We're doing the read line here. Stream ref mud stream. Read line. So we have a buffer. The buffer might already contain the line, or we might need to wait for more, right? So we do something like while true. Then we are trying to we are going to try to see if there is a line there right now, right? So let's do stream is stream ref dot get. So we just say stream buffer index of /n. Let new line index is this. If new line index is less than 0, then we're going to do something. Otherwise, we're going to say that line is stream buffer substring 0 new line index. Return line stream buffer is stream buffer substring new line index +1. Actually, this didn't do anything. You're still not using isNode to instantiate TCP stream. I'm using this, right? I'm using this here. So like in this branch where we are node, I'm instantiating the types like that. Can I do like type of isNode? I guess I do this, right? Because now it's true inside of this if. Okay, so if the new line index is less than 0, then why does it not complain? Why does TypeScript not complain here that I don't return anything in this case? Oh, because it's while true, so it's an infinite loop. Probably, right, makes sense. New line index. So if it's not here, then I need to wait for more data, you know? And to await. This dot Await more data on the stream. Await more data. Stream, TCP stream. We just say socket add a stream. Socket add event listener. Data. Return new promise. Resolve reject. Add listener resolve. But use once instead of events listener. Oh, once is going to call the function only once. Yeah. And one-time listener. Resolve. But if I think it's triggered once and handler removed. Yeah. Okay, but we still need to do stream socket. On error. We do need to do the same, right? If we have the error, then we need to reject with the error, right? And then over here, so this is going to be on error, right? Const on error is this. E is error, and then over here, we are going to stream socket remove add remove listener error on error. Is there like a cleaner way of doing this? Once error reject. That's the reason why I'm not doing this, because I need to remove this, right? Yeah, because what if error and data both trigger? The error can trigger like after the first data. That we're doing the same for the connection, and I guess we need to do this. I mean, I guess this could be like abstracted into a function. And this also is once. They can't. Events are processed by one by one. Yes, but we are going to have the error event after. They both trigger at some point, one after another. And we are going to reject the promise that was already resolved, which is going to... what is going to happen even? I don't even know what's going to happen then. But I would assume that it's going to result in an error. Or you can reject a promise which was already fulfilled, really? No. But it is still good. So like the thing is, by removing the event listener, we are not leaking memory, right? Because we are going to add a bunch of event listeners otherwise to the error event, and we're going to leak memory if we don't remove it, even if it is a no-op, right? And another thing that can happen here is that we can already have the thing, the error here. You know what? I'm actually going to have a function here, you know? Let's say async wait for event. Target is event target. How do you do event target? Like the generic one. Where do I see everything that it extends? Stream duplex. Like there's the event target or something, right? Type somewhere. I mean, we can just say that this is a TCP stream for now, but you know. So target TCP string event string yeah, and this should return the promise of the not of the void string key of socket event handler. Yes, I wanted to do something. Key of socket event. So this should be TCP stream. Can I get like the type of TCP stream dot, like the type of a field? Can I get the type of a field? Socket event map from this. Yes, it's just like if I do this, then it adds the import, but this must not be done because this is not going to work in the browser. We can only import. Wait, hold on. We can import the types though. But yeah, it's a little weird here actually. My type field. So I want to the key of. Oh, but this is over there, right? Okay, I guess we do import net node net dot socket event map like this, right? There we go. And what do I return then? Because add listener, what does it return? Listener. Wait, listener is any? This is not typed well. Is this TypeScript or no TypeScript? So I can literally say that this is a number and it's going to compile. Oh my god, this is my fault? Where is it? It's my fault. This is an existing API. I did not write this. It's just event name is string. When you do emit, then you do this, which is interesting. So event name is like that here. You can have the listeners, and then you have the socket event map. Oh wait, hold on. When you once, you do have event name, and then you have the args, which is a socket event map. So this one is typed, but the add listener is not typed. Wait, hold on. It is typed over here. But there is a... Oh, wait, hold on. It's because there are overrides. This is so weird. Socket event map. Yes. You generalize. Welcome to the TypeScript land. So, it only works like because it's so if I say number here, this still type checks because this is now using the different overload. But if I do a string here, then it is using I mean this is also not using this overload, right? Because I have the data. So I have string or non-shared buffer. Or array buffer. So if I do string or array buffer, we are still using this overload. If I say data, Now this says string or not shared buffer, right? So it like infers this correctly. And so yeah, if I annotate the type, then it's using the wrong overload. So I have to not annotate. Okay. But can I ensure that I don't use the overload with the any type? Because I want my types to be checked. Can I ensure that we're using the proper types? Can I get rid of this overload so that I can never use it? Somehow. And by the way, why does this still compiles? If the data is string or non-shared buffer, because I can add anything to the string, right? Can I say that with conditional types? Like, because I can get, if I get a buffer here, like that's not what's happening, right? Because I did the set the encode into UTF-8, so and this is lost from the type system now, right? The fact that, so like, yeah, this is lost. Bad APIs. Okay. Okay, wait for event is this, and then can I return import node net dot socket event map event. So this is E, and this is generic over E extends this. Is that right? Is that right? So I need to return new promise. Resolve reject, right? So this is going to say that if we are going to say stream dot once stream socket once event handler result resolve result. No, result is this. I need to do like dot 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 result. Is that and then this is going to be like unpacked automatically? Right? And then we do the on error stuff here. To reject with the error. And then we do stream socket on error. And then over here we also, before resolving, we stream socket remove listener error on error. That's right. And also the error might already be here, so we're just going to say that if stream.error is not undefined, then we reject using the stream error if it already happened before I haven't called this, and then we return. I guess let's do else here. Is there a difference between on and end listener? Yes. Oh wait, on? Oh wait, there's on. Why did I use on here instead of add listener? There's off also. No idea. No idea. Probably the same thing though, right? I like add listener name more. At least for remove instead of off. So await more data is literally just okay, but now I'm creating the object, which is a little bit weird, right? And this should be instead a namespace or what? But namespaces are only like top level. So like I'm creating the object, but I want to get this wait for event. I mean, I guess wait for event belongs to the stream anyway. But like, how do I call the function from a different like field of this thing? It must be not fields. I mean, we must do something else, right? I'm not sure how to structure this properly. So we just await this dot wait for event, and it's not been auto-completed. Waiter event does not exist. Wait, isn't it literally over here? How do I call this function? I can make this a freestanding function, sure. Function. And then I just wait for event, stream, data. Okay, this works. And we just discard the string on non-shared buffer. Okay, and then over here, right? This new promise, right? Wait a second. I have an async function which returns new promise. Shouldn't this be marked not async because I'm constructing the promise manually? Doesn't this mean that I have a promise which returns which resolves into a promise, but this type checks still? How does this work exactly in TypeScript? I can still mark it as async, even though I'm doing this? Or is this seen as a special syntax when we return even like a promise object? Because I cannot have a promise which is is it impossible to create a function that's let's try this actually, hold on. Can I have an async function? I understand the effect inference, but like, what if I want to have the function that returns a promise which resolves into a promise? Is that possible? So we need to return a promise of a void. Can I return new promise, resolve, reject, resolve, oh wait, hold on. Why is resolved a void or promise-like void? Oh wait, you can resolve into a promise-like. You can resolve with another promise, I guess, right? That's like in general. Okay, that's not because of a promise typing here. But like, because it's a promise that's returning this is that. But if I want to resolve into a new promise, resolve, reject, and this one is resolving with unit. This also type checks. So like these both things type check. So it's doing this based on the inference, which is very weird because syntactically it looks the same, but it's like I don't know. It's weird. I don't like TypeScript. I think they get flattened. Oh, promise is always flattened. So wait, what? So I cannot wait for a promise? That would no, I don't know. That would be weird. I don't know. This is weird. I don't like it. I think. You decided to make your translation language, okay? Well, we're going to look at WebAssembly at some point, and we're going to okay, not WebAssembly. Like whenever we are switching the target, we're going to complain about the other target, right? I guess. All right. Anyway, so we have read line, and we're waiting for data, and then we do this, right? So this is going to like automatically error if the error happened, or if it had happened before, whatever. This over here is just going to basically, so we're going to await wait for event. So we have the socket, and I'm going to wait for event connect, right? And to wait for the stream. Let's call this stream. So this is going to return the promise of nothing. So we're waiting the connect, and then we just return stream in the end, right? Instead of all of this. Nice. Only get data is async. Promise any. Await promise in promise. You have to do an any then. If you don't do an any, then it's going to get flattened. No. Bum, 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 bum. All right. Anyway, we have close. How do we close? Stream dot socket dot close. It's not close. It's like destroy, I guess. Destroy the stream. That's it. The stream ending, and now it's destroyed. We don't end, we destroy. Okay, and then right is going to be so we do stream is stream ref get, data is data get, and then stream dot socket dot write. How do I write to a socket? Okay, that's the next thing that we need to figure out. Write. Wait, there is a socket write. Why do I not have it auto-completing then? Oh wait, it is. Okay, so we can write a buffer, a string, sends the data on the socket. The second parameter specifies the encoding. In the case of a string, it defaults to this. The optional callback parameter will be executed when the data is finally written out, which may not be immediately. So we want to have the callback, right? So we will return new promise, resolve, reject into, no, write data is a string, right? And callback is just going to be callback error. So error is error on null or undefined. Why is there 3 options here? Returns true. Do I need to like wait for it though? I mean, I guess. Resolve. Well, I mean, resolve if so we should say like if error, then reject, else resolve, right? Like this. That's what we do. Okay. So that should be all, right? That should be all. So can I do cast run target.js projects who we bought source main ks? Let's see what's going to happen. Duplicate rule if. Yes, if is, we already have this in the standard library. Map, we also have a map in the standard library, right? Do I not? And option, I also have option in the standard library. Unwrap, did I not cover the unwrap? Doesn't matter, I guess. Maybe. Type shape is different in the map. Wait, what? I think I need to remove this map though. Let's open the bot here. Main map. This is just a map. That's a regular map, right? Yeah, we need to remove it. It's in the standard library now. Option, I think this in the standard library too. Like update time. Map. We're just going to use std collections map, right? And option is annulled in the prelude either? No, hold on. Okay, we have the type inference. Problem. String char is not string char string. Oh, yeah, okay. We actually have the different thing now. Okay, fine. I will do flake update. Next flake update. Cast. Next flake update cast. Because we now have the for loops with things being wait, I actually hold on. I need to say that cast URL is this, the file. That's right. Instead of this. There we go. That's what we need to do. So I'm going to actually use the local one. I'm just going to build it. But yeah, the thing that's changed is that iterate, no, lines, split. This over here, string split is now returning an iterable object. Wait, what is this? One dependency failed. It was not compiled. There's a warning. Where's the error? Hello? It's done 92%. Oh, wait, I know why though. It's because I'm building the... It's weird that I don't see the error message there, but it's because the Dune is trying to invoke the TypeScript compiler now. Yeah, this is... I need to figure out how to do this. Nix run dot, right? If I try to do this, it's not going to work because it cannot build the TypeScript runtime. So we have this thing which says we need to run the TS compiler. So the error message should say that the TypeScript compiler is not there, right? But what does it say? It does not say anything like that. It says done 92%. Is that the wonderful unexisting message from Dune? So I have to like guess what's wrong, right? Blake. Use Nix that say that you will get reproducible builds, it says. Well, I mean, we are getting reproducible builds, right? But there is work that needs to be done to make it reproducible. I just need to make sure that when I am building Kast, then I have the TypeScript compiler available to me. That's all. I use opam nix beam build Dune project dev packages query. Like if I need something to be available when I'm building this, you can add overrides here. Overlay. Scope.package. Or do I just like give it anything? This is a scope. Scope is like the set of packages in Nix. So I just say inherit. Not inherit. I need to like say packages dot TypeScript. Is that right? We don't do inherit packages. We say that TypeScript is packages.typescript. That will work, right? Maybe. No one said you get no builds. Well, but your no build is also reproducible, right? Okay, it worked. It worked. Wait, it did not work. It did not work. Does this not install the TypeScript if I do it, if I give it into the scope, override scope? Final prev. This is an overlay, which changes the thing. Scope. Maybe I do. This is overriding only if I'm using it, basically, right? I could take a look at the documentation of the OPAM NICs, I guess. Or I can try to do this. TypeScript is... I could just TypeScript. It did not work. I still don't see the error message. Okay, let's take a look at the documentation. OPAM NICs is what I'm using. Examples. I need to like build something which relies on external tools rather than doing in like anything, something in the OPAM. Using compiler from Nix packages, maybe this. No. Documentation. Let's go with the package set, right? Query scope. Build OPAM project. Packages. Resolve args, pin depends. Like I cannot force to build the OPAM project with another thing. Right? This is just the Nix packages overlays. Resolve args. Pin depends. Recursive. Project query scope. Like if I add something to the query, it's not going to be like pulled into the thing. Is the problem. Can ChatGPT figure this out for me? In OPAM Nix, how do I add a package to the build process? I invoke TSC from Dune. You don't add it to Dune, you add to the OPAM environment that OPAM Nix materializes. Dune sees whatever binaries are on path. TSC must come from Nix and be injected into the build. Build this. TSC. Oh, there's extra build inputs, right? We just do that. It's just like not documented. Build OPAM project over here. Build OPAM project. I mean, this also does not do the source. Build OPAM project source. Build OPAM project. Dun, 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 dun. Main. Oh wait, I do this. Build inputs. I override the attributes. Packages. Build inputs because I'm making a wrapper here. And then we do the postfix app. I can add this thing over here. Main. Scope package. Prevent your camel dependencies from this package. Scope. Build package. What is package? Package is Kast. I'm building Kast in the current folder. Override attrs. I mean, yeah. Do I just say build inputs is packages TypeScript here? Potentially. Bum 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 bum. It did not run. And the error message is still useless. ChatGPT is not helping. It's not understanding nicks, I guess. I need to ensure that when Nix builds the project using pamnix, it has TypeScript installed. Okay, let's just try what it says. Extra build input. I'm doing build in project. So like this. Packages dot TypeScript. It's an expected argument, so no. You are lying to me. Link to example or something. Here's an official style example. Build a PAM project. Like, that's not how you build a PAM project. Like, the API is different from what you show. Find me an actual example when they build a Dune package with opam nix and add extra packages from nix packages. Official blogs how show how to customize with overlays. Yes. I understand the overlay. But the overlay is not going to be used if the thing is not going to be imported. Extra package. Cannot build cock projects that depend on the cock package index. Example request multi-package. I don't know, let's see why they could not build something here. That's something different. Discussions. How to load a library. Future of packaging with Nix in light of the coming arrival of Dune package. Failing to build a Dune project. Like maybe you can find example where the project dependency is not listed in opam Dune file. So we can like add a dependency. So we use a language garden that uses opam Nix to build that adds extra Nix dependency outside. Yes, look, let's see over here. Language garden. Is this like a bunch of languages? Build opam project. Instead of Flake, they don't rely solely on opam depths, but instead builds the camel project with opam Nix and then augments it with additional packages pulled from Nix packages instead of Flake outputs. Official opam Nix docs talk about injecting system dependencies. Okay, hold on a second. This. So it's inside of a blog, not inside of a docs, right? System dependency. The proper way to fix such errors is to fix the packaging upstreams. However, you can also override the dependency using the overlay in your Flake. You can read more about overlays and packages here. For example, you can change the command used like this. Dune is overriding the Dune. That's overriding it. That's not correct. That's not adding a dependency. That's overriding an existing dependency. That's different. Additionally, if your project requires libraries or tools written in other languages, you can look for them in Nix packages or package them with Nix. Once you have the package, you can simply inject it into build inputs of your project using override utters inside the overlay. And where's the example of that? And it still gave me the wrong thing. They still do extra build inputs, even though they literally say build input, not extra. So we override in an overlay. So over here, we override the attributes. Build inputs is packages TypeScript. I guess I did not, maybe I did not try it here. Didn't I try it here? Extra build inputs. It still has the error. Okay, maybe I need to stop figuring this out. It takes too long time, like always. Stupid Nix. Why is everything so bad? Like they have it in this, but they don't. Maybe let's find in the examples of the OpenNix. You know, let's just search here in this repository, build inputs. You can manually add the dependency to the build inputs, native build inputs of your derivation with override attributes. Hold on. Next inputs, external packages, external dependency X of package this is missing. Please add it to this in the meantime with override. That's how you can do it. But where's the example? Examples. Okay, so this depends on the free type, right? We have we create an overlay. Scope, override scope. Overlay. That's legacy packages, right? So legacy packages is the scope with this, so we override this. And scope, overlay, package, override attributes. Original attributes are here. I mean, that's it. That is what they are doing. Hold on. If this is what they are doing, then why does it not work for me? That's weird. Well, I mean, what I need to figure out is what is the actual error message, because the error message is not telling me anything, right? We just get it done because it's like invoking Dune, like it has the terminal, but it does not. So I don't even know what my error message actually is. Oh my god, why? Okay, yeah, okay, there it is. It's in the middle. Program TC not found in the tree or in path. Okay. So that's correct. Nix shell, Nix packages, TypeScript. If I have this, then I should be able to have TSC in the thing, right? Yeah. So that's what I need to add. I do package, override attributes, build inputs. So this is original attributes. Original attributes, build inputs, and packages, TypeScript. That's what we should have, right? Okay, it's building. It's building. Can you please build? It did not build. TSC is not found in the tree. Isn't it packages in the example? Well, I mean, they have a in this example they have a packages, sure, because they have the if Darwin so that they work on max, which I don't care about. It's just that's just a variable. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. I can also try to do this over here, because I'm also overriding the attributes over here. So over here I can say try packages dot dune. No, not dune. TypeScript. We can try this. That is like in a different place over here in the end. This is my actual binary that like we have in the end. Maybe that's going to be some change, but it's weird, right? Are you familiar with Nix? This is this over here. It's difficult, I guess. There is like 1,000 things. TSC not found in the path. Like, I'm guessing it's because, like, however they are doing the build op amp project, like, I cannot override it, it seems. Maybe, is this example even working? Maybe, wait, maybe it's native build inputs? Like, these things are different. You know? Native build inputs. I'm not sure what, like, where the dependencies need to go. And to quit VS Code here because it's like reloading the renv all the time and being annoying. Wait, this worked. Wait, no, it didn't. I thought I saw like a warning from the TypeScript or compiler or something. Oh wait, look, yeah. Error, cannot find module node. Yeah. So we actually have the TypeScript installed here. Now we just don't have the node installed. Okay. So I need to like... Yeah, because we need to do npm install first. Okay, that's difficult. That is difficult. I think that's going to take a lot of time. I understand kind of what's happening though. So we use like the npm to install the things, and now Nix need to know about it. So I have a package JSON and I need to install the node types, because without these the compilation is going to not succeed, right? Okay, maybe we can just seems I also will need to npm install before building to, like, how do I npm install when building a package so that TypeScript can see node types? I need a build phase hook that runs npm install instead of the opmnix build. But npm install, like, when we are building without the internet here, right? But npm install is going to fail because no internet in the Nix build. So we have node to Nix, converts our package log JSON into Nix expressions, and then Nix then provides all nodes in the input, so you can build TSC without internet. We do npm install locally to generate this package log JSON node to Nix. Use yarn npm offline cache. If you supply a cache in the Nix store, it's all because I'm trying to integrate TypeScript into my build process of the OCaml project. If I just used JavaScript instead of TypeScript, I would not be wasting my time here. Node to Nix. Node to Nix. It's going to take eternity though to figure this out. Like, Nix npm. How to install npm packages the Nix way? Packages node to Nix, or you can use packages build npm package. Node to Nix. Deploy npm package manager packages with the Nix package manager. So we usually do this. The above command line deploys this. With node to Nix, you can use Nix package manager for exactly the same purpose. Running the following command generates the collection of Nix expressions from this. Above command generates 3 files, no packages Nix, capturing the packages that can be deployed, including all the required dependencies. Do I just do node to Nix and then we have node packages Nix that can be deployed using the dependencies? Like if I just install it, so like it's just like installing globally instead of installing locally, like, and that can work when we are building with the TypeScript, right? Like this is a dev dependency, but we can install this locally, right? All right, like usually you do npm install, but there is a global, right? Yeah, which is going to be if I do something Nix shell its packages node to Nix. Node to Nix. Mandatory name attribute is missing in package JSON. Name Kast. Node packages. So node dependencies is this. Node env build node dependencies. How do I use that? Using Node.js environment in the other Nix derivations. Yes, the node modules environment generated by node to Nix can be used. Node modules. I don't see node modules here. Node modules. Default Nix. I don't see node modules anywhere. Call package default nix.node dependencies. Oh, it's called node dependencies, not node modules. Oh, the environment is node dependencies. Yeah, okay. So node dependencies on generated output. It contains the two important paths: lib node modules and bin. The former should be copied or sim linked into your build directory, and the latter should be added to the path. Okay, build phase is this. We ln node dependencies, node modules, expert path, node dependencies, bin path, and then we build it. Okay, I think this makes sense, right? So I need to add the node env. And default. I don't like the fact that it's like two different files. I don't want this to be called default. This is a function that takes packages and system. Okay, I'm just going to rename this file to be node. Wait, there's also node env. All right, let's say node. Let's just say node.nix. How about that? I need to add these. Here. And then I need to go to the flake Nix. And I'm going to need to packages called package default Nix dot no dependencies, right? That's what we do. Bum 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 bum. Why do you even need the web target for Kast? Why not just WASM? What? WASM is also a web target. Or do you mean, why do I need a JavaScript target instead of WASM? Because JavaScript is easier than WASM. That's the whole point, to do less work. Okay, so I call package node Nix. And then I need to say over here, build phase. Can I like override the build phase? Can I override the build phase here? Build phase. I need to like copy into the node modules, right? Like this. Nix override build phase. WebASM. Yes. Well, I mean, WebAssembly can be used for like non-web applications, but yeah. WebAssembly is just a lower level target, so there's more work for it to work. Just like if I transpile to C instead of JavaScript, that's also more work. If I do LLVM, that's even more work. I'm just trying to do the simple stuff first. How to override build phase in Nix package, because I need to use the old one. Build phase. I need to extend it. Not I need to extend prepend to the original build phase. Oh, you just do this? Call the original. So like after this, we just do attribute build phase. I mean that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. Is there a syntax error? Hello? Why is it not being formatted? Syntax error. Oh, semicolon, of course. Your language is high level, gotcha. It's not, it has nothing to do with the fact that it's high level. Like other high, like I will compile my language to lower level targets eventually. It's just more work. Even if you are making a language which is, even if you are making a C compiler, I think it will be less work if you would transpile it to JavaScript than if you made the LLVM backend for your own C compiler. Node dependencies are broken. Why? No broken symlinks. The symlink cast bin points to a missing target. Tin, tin. While I love low-level things, I switched from RC LL1 to custom terminal IDE called Zeal. I use Odin. Zeal IDE. There's no Zeal A IDE. RC LL1. What does this even mean? No broken sim links. What do you mean no broken sim links? Alright, we used Node to Nix. Your package JSON has no dependencies with binaries. Node to Nix only generates bin links if something in dependencies has CLI binaries. If your depths are pure libraries, then bin will never exist. Node to Nix generation mismatch. I mean, yes, I don't have a binary in my package JSON, that's right. I'm just installing dependencies. If you generally have no CLI dependencies, you can just delete or ignore the bin symlink. Node to Nix will still use this. What do you mean? Node to Nix. Now I'm stuck with a Node to Nix. Node to Nix derived build fails. Points to a missing target. There is no such thing. I'm the only one who has this issue, right? Right? Of course, I'm the only one. Okay. Cold package, node nix, no dependencies. Node nix. Node packages. No dependencies. Name package JSON. Name is Kast. Package name is Kast. Don't build is true. Dun, 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 dun. It's running install phase. One benefit of transferring to JS instead of WASM or machine code, you don't have to worry about manually allocating free memory. Because JavaScript is garbage collected. Yeah. But in the new WebAssembly they have the garbage collected too, right? WASM GC is the WebAssembly garbage collector is now enabled in Chrome and stuff, right? This is the new thing. Which was shipped recently, as far as I understand. This is an archive. Well, anyway. There's supposed to be the GC in the WebAssembly too now. But yes, garbage collector is actually like big. The fact that I don't need to do memory management because I just use the GC of the runtime. Ending soon. I don't know. Not yet. Not yet. We still have like 1 billion hours of nixing ahead of us, it seems. I'm trying to do one thing, but now I'm nixing again. But the good thing about nix is that once I fix it, it's like it's going to be fixed once, and like I will not need to figure it out again. Supposedly. Maybe link to someone having same issue. You're not alone. It's a known type of build failure when packaging node stuff. Nix package failing due to dangling sim links in a node package. No broken sim links. The core issue is the same. No broken sim link hook refuses to let derivations with dangling sim links through. And Node Nix currently generates sim links to the bin directory that doesn't exist. So the fix where's the fix? Closing in favor of this. Swagger CLI. No broken sim links. Completed. This is the merge request. No, this is an issue. Completed. It's completed last week. Hold on. Do I need to update something? Hold on. It's last week. There was a fix last week. I just need to update my Nix packages. There are 2 links in chat. Your project, Zil. So you use your own. Your repository is empty. Compile starts with type low level language. Yes, yes, yes. I think you showed this before, and like there is nothing here. Except for the Lexer. It seems. So why is this close as completed? Where is the like associated pull request or something? I mean, let's just try to update. Fine, let's just try to update. Nix Flake update. Maybe it's going to be fixed. For some weird reason. Bum, 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Fix up phase in the node dependencies. So they are saying that I should fix this somewhere here. Hello, Robert. I fix up phase. Okay, sure. Let's try that too. Well, I mean, I will try updating my flake first. So I'm downloading a lot of new dependencies. So I'm compiling a bunch of OCaml right now, I think. Downloading some more stuff. How am I doing on disk space? I'm wondering. Because, yeah. I mean, 46 gigs is still a lot, right? I just need to delete something at some point. Because I'm running out of my 4 terabytes. Damn. I think there's like a couple of terabytes is just the VODs of me playing Factorio. I could probably delete those. You have 512 gigs. I think I have a total of like 10 terabytes in one of my disks. I don't know why though. Just so that I never think about it. 512 gigabytes would probably run out quickly. Like when you I use Nix. I was using Rust. Those things they use a lot of like disk space. I definitely must make my own Linux distro, which is more than just distro. Sure, do it. All right, it still is building something. Is it building the OCaml compiler? Probably. I do not like functional declarative config lang, the imperative programming config. I don't know, like, so like Nix is a nice language on the one hand. Like, I feel like declarative for the config is actually making a lot of sense, you know? Because, like, you are declaring your config. Nix specifically is a lazy functional programming language similar to Haskell. So you like it, but it's dynamically typed. So like you can create like you can create a configuration which like uses the final configuration, which like I like you cannot do this in imperative language, like the kind of things that are happening here. Although I don't know if it's like necessary, but like it allows for hacking and overriding the configs, right? So over here we do a lib override existing or something. No, maybe not here. Hold on, maybe somewhere. Maybe somewhere, right? Like I'm overriding the attributes of a package, and this package is going to be used as a dependency for another package. So I'm basically overriding like, I don't know how to say it even. Maybe we can ask our friend here. Why Nix being a lazy good? We describe infinite recursive worlds, right? Like, what is it needed? What if we could? Well, I mean, one of the things that you don't evaluate something that is not needed, right? So you can describe a bunch of things, but why not GitHub Copilot? I don't know. What am I building? XDG, MuVI. What is even MuVI? JSON RPC, conduit, LSP. Yeah, this is. I am building OCaml right now, and like it seems like it's pretty slow to compile. I think also I can feel my. Let me close something. I think this stream might crash. Hold on, B-top. Am I running out of RAM? What's happening right now? No, I'm just using all of my CPU. Okay, to compile OCaml, apparently. No, RAM is not the problem. Okay. Nix, we have two Nix processors, each using a gigabyte of RAM. Interesting. and then like it will all be for nothing. I'm just going to wait here for an hour, and then it's not going to fix my issue, right? Do I actually have this many OCaml dependencies? Did you know that you can control shift dot to move a function quickly? To move to a function quickly. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There is something better, right? Like symbol. Go to symbol in workspace. Control T is the one that I was using more, I guess. So, like, you have the Control Shift dot is the functions in the current file, I'm assuming, right? And with Control T, you just go to the thing, you know, whatever. Like, what is an expression, right? And then it finds it in all of these symbols. Read line. This is just all the symbols in the workspace. I don't know, I don't really use it a lot, but that's a nice one. Usually I just use this file view or like stuff. I just go into the symbol by going to the type of the thing usually. Or to the definition of something under the cursor. Okay, it was updated. Everything was updated, right? Okay, nix run dot. Let's try this again. It goes to implementation definition. What goes? Okay, and it, of course it did not fix it. Okay, but we can use the updated tools, I guess. But so we still have this issue, and it suggested that I inject this fix up phase to node dependencies cast, right? So we move this thing over here. Let's try again. That doesn't work. Of course, why would it work? Okay, why is this thing closed again? Why is this issue closed? Build failure, no broken symlinks. So how do you fix it? Doc, remove dangling symlinks. What is this? It tries to find the links and then it deletes the links in the node modules. What? No broken symlinks. Okay, I have no idea what is happening. Read the error message again. Checking for references. Patching scripts. No broken symlinks. The symlink next door cast bin points to a missing target. Bin. Because there's no files there or something. Right? Because I don't have a binary. So I don't have a bin. That makes sense. Running phase, fix up phase. Lib modules bin, make directory lib modules bin. Lib node modules bin. I mean, isn't this actually like, and this is running, right? Can I say echo hello world? And make sure that it's happening there. Node to Nix. I don't want to deploy a Node.js project. This contains two important paths, lib node modules and bin. The former should be copied or symlinked, and the latter should be added to the path. Right, so like the bin is the binary. If I had a binary in my package, so that's so this thing is trying to create the bin, but because I don't have a binary, it's not creating it. That makes sense. But can I have like no binary? No binary, please. Issues. Adding song requests? You want me to sing? Oh, YouTube? Okay, is hello world working though? Running fix up phase. This is fix up phase. Shrinking. Checking. Where is my hello world? So this is not the fix up phase that is running. Oh, it's the source. Oh, this is the source. Okay. Hold on. I guess I need to like override the attributes here, right? Override the attributes, where the fix subphase is going to be this. Is this right? One of these attempts is going to be successful. Are you good with singing? I don't know. I'm bad at everything, as you can see right now. Cannot even build my own package. Wait a second, it worked. I mean, that worked, but then we have something else. Hold on. So now we are not. Well, now we cannot build Kast itself. Why? Cannot find a module. Node readline promises still, right? Cannot find module process. Types node. Absolute nixing. Okay, so like this worked. I have created this thing. Package JSON and package log JSON have been created, like used to do this. But then inside here, but then like when I'm creating the actual Kast binary, the Kast package, I am doing this and then doing the build phase, running phase, build phase, right? Running phase, build phase. Remove that echo hello world. Removed. But the question is, so I have the node modules here, right? Can I say like ls la node modules or something? M? What is M? Where is M? I don't have any M's. Oh wait, so yeah, node modules. Okay, hold on. Node modules is this link over here. There we go. So this is empty. Of course it's empty. It didn't even do anything. No dependencies cast. Let's okay. What? Okay, why? Why is it empty? Wait, is this a recursive thing? Isn't this the same thing as that? Oh wait, hold on, lib. We do have, okay. Package lock JSON. Wait, it only has the package cast. Where's my dev dependencies? Hello? It did not, oh, it did not install the dev dependencies. I need to have this as like the actual dependency. Oh my god. I can no to Nix give me the thing which has like the dev dependencies. Or do I need, I mean I can change those to be normal dependencies. It's just so annoying. No to Nix. I want dev dependencies. No dependencies. Build node dependencies. Node env. Build node dependencies. Node env. What is node env? Node env is something. What is it? What is it? What is node env? Is this? It's this. Node env is this. Build node dependencies. Can I maybe have a flag here? We'll make derivation. If process argv is development. Okay. How do I give it the process argv? Let's just, you know what? I am... What if I say over here, if false, end? Let's do that. Let's use the dev dependencies here. How to actually use this stuff? No idea. What is this process? This pinpoint dependencies. Pinpoint dependencies. Oh wait, if production, of course, like they call the argument development, but then in the other place they have the argument that's called production. Production. And where is the production coming from? Prepare and invoke npm production. Build no package. Production is true. Build node dependencies. Yeah, production true. Okay, that's what we do. Okay. I figured it out. I figured it out. Build node dependencies. Node dependencies. I want node dev dependencies, right? Oh, but I have args here. Oh, yeah, there we go. Production is true. There we go. Production is false. Let's see here first. What did it complain about? It cannot find any modules. Let's just try this again. It still cannot find it, right? I cannot remove this. This is... I mean, maybe I can. Like, I need to make sure that Dune, I guess... This is the Dune. Dune needs to understand that it's not working in the terminal, so it does not need to do the progress bar like this. Yeah. Cannot find module. Node pro... Yeah. So before I invoke the Dune, we have this. This is my node modules. Okay. Package. Lock JSON. There is still dev dependencies 0. Package JSON. Dev dependencies are still 0. Are you... Oh, wait, I should have done if true or, right? If true or. This... Although I did do the production is false now, so which is supposed to do the same thing. Okay, now it cannot, because request is failed to the register. So it actually tried to download it, but it could not. This is weird. So first of all, ProsArcV is not development, because production was false. Pinpoint dependencies production. Production. Build no dependencies. Production. Build no dependencies. Args. Production. False. Global build inputs. Alright, I think I need to, like, stop whatever I'm doing here. Would be nice to figure it out and become the next wizard, but maybe some other day. I'm going to remove these files. Suggest read target. I'm not going to end. I still want to like make my Twitch bot run on the JavaScript. So okay, it just means that this no longer works. The like running with Nix no longer works. I will need to figure this out later. Somehow. So I cannot like have work on my thing. Why not just production true? I don't know. I don't know what I need to do. Like there is like documentation sucks for everything Nix related. And like I'm just guessing what I need to do here, right? So I have my dev, like I'm depending on the node types. I need to do this, and this is a dev dependency. Dev dependency is only installed apparently when production is not true or something. I don't even know what they're doing there. I could figure it out by reading the entire source code, because that seems like the only way to do Nix. You need to read the entire source code of whatever you're trying to use. Otherwise, like there is no way you understand what's happening. Because the documentation completely sucks. Well, not that I try to read the full documentation, but like I doubt that there is something that I will find there. Oh, Spimort. All right, let's we'll just try to run the thing from here. So we do Kast. I need to reload my Durant maybe. How's it going? It's going slowly. What is Nix package manager written in? Can you understand its source code? I think it's written in C, but it doesn't matter. The problem is not the package what the package manager is written in. I'm trying to use somebody's solution to Nixify the package, the node dependencies. So it's not the Nix itself that I need to understand, but somebody's project written in Nix. Yeah, I'm making my programming language, and I have my Twitch bot running using this language. So this bot is replying to you, and it's written in the language. And I have added the JavaScript backend to the language, but the bot right now is running using the interpreter. So I want to try to make it running using the. I want to compile my bot to JavaScript and then run this through the node, right? That's so that we test that it works both ways. Is the idea. Kast run bot, right? So now this is not compiling because what? Because we have okay. I understand now. Yes. So I have changed this string split. String split is now. Maybe I can add it to. The workspace here, actually. I probably can, right? I probably can just do this, and then my language server is going to pick it up. Maybe? Yeah, there we go. And I can like format here and everything, right? So we just do for part in string split as semicolon. We do this. There we go. Was this the only issue, and because of this issue I was trying to do the nixing for 1 billion hours? Nope, that's not the only one. There's also this. This is the same thing. For ability in list iterate abilities. Do this. I do have a question though. You got me curious, so I checked the documentation quickly. Either there is something that I don't understand in the doc, in the find function. Should it be for value in values instead of for value in list? Wait, where? The website is a little bit outdated, I guess. So yeah, as you can see, like this is different from what I just read here. I have the do's in do at the end of this thing. I don't have any curly braces here. Some stuff is outdated. Yeah, this is values, not list. Yeah, this was just written like to describe what I'm trying to make. You can ignore like this the details about the syntax when reading this, I guess. I should update it though. Yeah. Yeah. This was just written so that I can show like some people who are wondering what I'm trying to make. But then since then I actually made some things, you know? All right, no such file or directory. Secret access token. Okay, so in order for the bot to work, we need the access token. That makes sense, right? So let's go to the work directory for the bot, TTV, I guess, and then run the thing over there. But then Kast is not found. Okay, which Kast? Can I like do this? Then with the full path to the Kast. Oh, but then it's Dune. Okay, of course. Hold on a second. Maybe wait. Can I maybe for the run? Should I add for my like running the argument which says the working directory? There is no reason for doing this though. Usually. It's just like this exists only in the current directory because of the relevant stuff. Can I use the environment though? I can also like make sure that it's trying to read this, right? But I can also change the directory. Yeah, actually I can, right? std sys change directory to home women ttv. We need to go there. Let's just do that. No? Is it just a language for you to learn more stuff? Well, I guess because the project is so over-scoped that I will probably never finish it. But if I do manage to somehow finish it, it's supposed to be the best language ever, right? So I kind of actually plan to use it. I already have like the JavaScript backend, so I will probably like be able to use it to make small games at the very least. Like how big of a project can we write in this? Well, I mean, I already have the Twitch bot written in it, right? I just need to change to the directory properly. Wait a second, changing the directory. I think it's just not changing the directory because in my runtime, change directory. Oh no, it is process change directory, so it's supposed to work, right? Can I like say print hello world here, just to make sure that this is being picked up, whatever. Print. Wait, why does it say that module.print is not a function? Wait, what is it then? Here's my compiled JavaScript. Let var module. Wait, this is an empty module. Oh, wait, no, that makes sense actually. Why am I compiling this here though? That is what does not make sense. Oh, wait, is it, well, this itself is a module. Print. Hold on a second. Module print. I think I understand. It's because it's referring to the module. Okay, I see this. This is actually a miscompilation. So I create a module and then I use this thing using the standard prelude. So the hello, the print function exists in the prelude, right? So this does not work because I'm outside the module. This thinks that this is a field in the current module. But this only introduced a local variable without assigning it as a field to the module, kind of thing. If I do the full thing, like std io print, we will probably be able to see the hello world, right? Yeah, we do see the hello world, right? Which means that the changing directory worked. Secret. Or is it Kuvibot? Do I need to go to the Kuvibot? No, I need to go to the TTV, right? And then it is secret. Hold on. System control user. It compiles using Node under the hood? No. My language is written in OCaml, so I transpiled my language to JavaScript, and Node.js is running it. It's not compiling; it runs using Node under the hood, I guess. But that's not really under the hood. And we can also run the JavaScript in the browser, but like not everything is available in the browser. Like for the Twitch bot to work, we're trying to create the TCP connection, the TCP stream. That's something that we cannot do in the browser. In the browser, we can only do the WebSocket. So yeah, that's going to be another thing that I do at some point, I guess. Working directory. Oh wait, working directory is Kuvibot. Okay, not TTV. Okay, Kuvibot. I'm just searching for my access token, I guess. Let's see. Okay. All right. Cannot read properties of undefined trim. Okay, so that's the same thing. Because this is a module. If I remove this being a module, though, is something going to break? Actually, no. Wait, hold on. Look at this. I'm joined in the chat. I don't see the message that I joined the chat, though. Would it be easier to compile into WebAssembly? Well, in my opinion, no. In my opinion, it's a lot harder. Because it's... Like, the name assembly suggests that it's a lower level target, so more work, that more lowering needs to happen. Okay, so I was supposed to say that I joined the chat, but then I did not join the chat. Then it also said detected unsettled top level await. What does this mean? Unsettled top level await, read. So read is... Maybe I should try logging more what's happening. So I'm writing this stuff, send message. Yeah. I guess what I'm wondering is, did this... No, the stream actually connected, right? The stream actually connected. Let's see. So this is, we're doing the Twitch IRC stuff. So this means just writing stuff. Yeah. I mean, I guess I can change the runtime to log something here, right? So this is the write. Can I do console log stream and data? So this is whenever I'm actually trying to write to the TCP stream, right? Yeah, so this is my TCP stream socket, is the socket. Connecting is false, header false. So I actually try to connect to this thing. A readable state is something. Unsettled top level await. What does it mean, unsettled top level await, though? Is it because I'm control Cing, and what does it even mean? Unsettled top level await. Maybe it actually means something? Like, what does the error mean? It means that you cannot await at the root of the JavaScript file. You need to be a function. I'm pretty sure that's false, because you can await in the root of the JavaScript file. If the JavaScript file is a module, which is what I'm doing. Yeah, I understand. If you are not inside of a module, then you would have to create an async function and call it to create the promise. But I can have the top level await in a module. Right? Let me try again. Do the test.js like this over here. I mean, I actually tested this earlier, right? I was like literally creating it. Yeah, we can. Wait, but what's my data? I need to do util inspect. Because it's a string and it's being printed like incorrectly otherwise. But this means that I just tried printing an empty. Yeah, I just tried to print the new line /r/n, me joins chat, right? So like I have actually written this, supposedly. Did I actually write it though? That's the question. Let's try this. Resolve console log written. So, I mean, yeah, because we are writing other things. Okay, so is it reading then? Read line. Console log. Util inspect stream buffer. Oh, wait, this is what we get. Login authentication failed. Because my... Oh, and then, okay, and then unsettled top level await. So I was disconnected here from the socket, I think. And I get this warning when I exit the application. But this await, basically, right? I'm trying to read here. It should have been resulted in an exception because I'm not like... I did not get the error, actually, maybe? Can I maybe over here do something? Like console log E. Am I getting that? But how am I getting the authentication failure? Okay, yes, that's actually what happens. I guess so. Okay. So the what's happening is that the connection is being closed, but we are not receiving an error, right? So I'm trying to read something without an error. So I did not read something, and at the same time, I did not receive an error. So instead, what happened is I received the close event, I guess, for the sockets, right? So if a close happens, then whenever I try to do anything else in the future, socket add listener close, then add error into... I'm just going to say stream.error. Well, I mean, I'm waiting for an event, right? Waiting for event. So I guess the close is another thing that can resolve my stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. So I want to say like const on close is had error into reject new error connection was closed, like this. Can I find name bool? Wait, what do you do in TypeScript? Not bool? Boolean, of course. Stream socket, remove listener, close on close, stream socket, add listener, close on close. Once. So I should actually see that the connection was closed here, right? Yeah, there we go. So now it's yeah, that's a good warning, I guess. Okay. So connection was closed. Yeah, but now why did I fail the authentication is the question. I probably don't want to write the access token to the thing, to the terminal. What if I try to restart my current bot? Is it going to work? System control user restart bot. Let's see if it joins the chat. It did join the chat, which means that the access token should work properly, right? So once again, system control cat bot. We're using the .bot. And this is running Kast. What is this thing? I'm just reading the... Oh, the access token is in the environment variable, right? Oh, and this is... Oh, this is actually refreshing automatically. That is written in bash. That's fine. I spent a whole day trying to extract triangles from a Raylib mesh. Raylib sucks, by the way. Does it? I never tried it, but like people like it for its simplicity, I guess. But simplicity can be a good and a bad thing. Wait a second. It works. Oh, I understand. So I have restarted my actual bot, which resulted in the refresh token to be used. So I refreshed the access token, which means that now I can authenticate. So like it works. This over here is working with JavaScript now, transpiled. And if I try to do cast, we're going to be replied twice. First from the interpreted bot and then from the JavaScript bot. Okay, and like it actually works. Nice. I should probably remove the logs from my runtime. Here and here. Yeah. I need to like make sure that I can do... Now that I have the JavaScript backend, actually, we can do the refresh token logic be written in the bot itself. Like, in order to do this, as you can see over here, we're just doing a post request to this thing. And my interpreter just did not implement HTTP, right? So should I have HTTP in the standard library to be able to do the requests basically like this? And then we could implement that in the Yeah, oh, yeah. So there's like two things that need to be added to the language for this to work. I need to first to be able to do the requests, the HTTP requests. And then I also need to be able to parse JSON, which also is something that I'm not doing right now. Hello, Bad Cop. I'm staring at your code right now, thinking, should I delete it? Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, let's commit what I have done though, right? So this is the networking working on the JavaScript. This should not be committed. This was just some flake updates. I guess. Let's do one at a time. Flake update. JavaScript net, std net. I did not do the full std net. We did not do the listener. Std net TCP. Whatever. Let's do that. Failed nixing. And this is just some test, so we don't really care about that. My computer would work nice if you deleted. Elemental Magics, hello, welcome. Okay, and then the actual Twitch bot, Kast and Kast. In order to like, no, not this. Projects, Coolie bots, right? It's not going like, yeah, I updated my thing and I cannot build the Kast language using Nix. Yes, I cannot. Wait, path node Nix does not exist. Well, I mean, yeah. So I'll commit to that one later. Okay, before I go back to nixing though. Before I go back to nixing, let's fill the remaining things. So as you can see, we have a couple of other things that are missing from the JavaScript. Printing to the std error. Okay. Printing to the std error is just going to be... like console error. That's all that I need to do, right? I'm not even sure if print. Does console log print to the std out or std error? Console log prints to std out, right? And console, but console error would print to the std error, right? Yeah, okay. That's what we want. What else is missing? In this sys, I want to be able to execute and get environment variables and exit the process. Okay, sure. Let's say that in order to exit, I want to do cast sys exit status code. It's not necessarily possible to do that. Kast sys get env var and cast sys exec cmd. And then there's the networking for the TCP listener. Also, let's do these things first. Runtime. I just need to have sys. Oh, and argv add. This is also like not present. Wait, no, it is present. Where's the change directory? It's over there. Oh, wait. It's not present in the type, but it is still there, kind of, right? Am I right? Yeah, it's not present in the types here. Sys. Sys is also going to be undefined, I guess, in the browser. Well, I mean, shouldn't this be then like not undefined, but maybe this should be like, you know, node only. Is node is node extends true, then this, else undefined. This is like more precise type, I guess. Is node extends true, then this, else undefined. And same for the sys. We say is node extends true, then this, else undefined. So sys has a change directory, which is path string promise void argc promise number argv at number string. Exec. Get env. Oh, this one returns an option. Get env. Var string promise option string. Oh, you cannot name variable var, right? Name and exit code. Can you have a function that never returns? Guaranteed. Do you have a never type in TypeScript? TS never type. Never. Do you literally just have never? Okay, and then option. Type option. So option is like this is because we have a specific representation of things. Option T is going to be, can I have like a variant? Can I have a variant type where the variants are? Can I have a type which is like a list of types? How do you do this in TypeScript? So in general, we are representing the variant types, where we have like, you know, variant type. Is like one of the things. But everything is having the tag, which is a string, a specific string though, right? Like some in case of an option. And in this case we have data, which is T, or we have tag is none, right? But can I, like, in case I change this name, for example, into something else later, so that I don't... Let me just make sure first that this is how we do it. This is in the Kast transpiler tag. Yeah, it's tag and data. All right. Okay. No sys in the browser, but in Node.js, sys. Can I like fill the fields here with a code action or something? No, not really. Okay. To change the directory, what do we do? Process, change directory, path, that's all. argc process arg v length, that's going to be returned. Wait, I feel like I've done that already.
Hello everyone, first timer here.
Hello, first timer. Lenimer. Process argv. Did I not do that? Wait, I do. But I do this over here in the process. It's just the process doesn't exist in the... Yeah, so this... I already had these three things actually. Done. Right. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, because like there's the first argument, which is actually like the node, and I don't need that when running through node. Okay, but the exec was not implemented. So we say exec process exec path exec argv sub command import node. What do we have? I mean, isn't this the process though? Is what we need. JavaScript spawn process. Maybe it's called spawn. It's called child process. Child process. Child process exec, where command is a string. Command to run with with space separated arguments. Spawns a shell and executes commands within the shell, buffering any generated output. So this returns. Oh, this is not a blocking API, right? And this is not an async API. It's a function that returns. The exception is out as the error into void. Do I not have the exit code as a result even? Okay. Or is the error going to be there if we have the non-zero exit code? Shell process execute CMD. Wait, there's like 4 overrides. Well, this is just some options. I don't care about the options. We have error, std out, std error. Error, std out, std error. Wait, I want to execute without like doing this, right? Can I do like exec? Can I execute without buffering the generated input? I want it to still be seen on the screen, basically, right? Maybe there is some options that we can do. The working directory encoding env. GID kill signal max buffer. Window hide. Timeout. Shell. There's exec file sync. No, asynchronous process creation. Maybe I just do spawn instead of exec. There is options detached and options stdio. What is that? That's for spawning. So for the execing, I cannot do stdio, right? Because this always captures the output. So we want to do the spawn command, list of arguments. I mean, that's all that we do, I think, right? We just don't do exec, we just do spawn. But spawn is not executing through the shell, so exec executes through the shell, and this does not execute through the shell. Right? But I can just do the shell here. The bin sh, I guess, right? Is what we do. The arguments are going to be C, and the actual command is this. Options. Child process without null streams. Child process without null streams. Child dot. Oh, no, 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 no. Now I need to have the events. Event close, which has the code. So this is where we get the code. Or now if it was terminated, do it to a signal. Actually, also. I'm wondering what's the signal if, like, in the... If we do this through the OCaml, what is it returning? Child on... Close. Code signal. Code is number or null. Signal is this or null. Okay, so we say that if code, then return, then like we need to return new promise here. Resolve reject. So this is going to resolve into code. Otherwise, we're going to... So signal is Node.js signals. What's Node.js signals? Wait, signal is a string, right? Yeah. I guess I'm just going to reject with the signal. New error. Process exited with signal. How do you like format string like this? signal. Event. Message, exit. Wait, there's close and then there's exit. What? Is that the same event? This is distinct from the exit event, since multiple processes might share the same SDIO streams. The close event always emit after exit was already emitted. Exit is what we want. Message. Message goes through serialization is parsing. What is a message? Well, the child process uses process send to send messages. Huh? You can send messages? What is disconnect? And what is error? The process could not be spawned, this process could not be killed. Sending a message failed. Child on error. E reject E. Just reject. Okay, that's probably good enough, right? Process env. Process env property returns an object containing user environment. An example would be like this. Okay, so we basically do project env of name, right? And then const result is the like value, I guess, is this. So say if value is undefined, then I return tag is none, right? Otherwise we return tag is some. Data is value. Why am I using the equal sign all the time? Process exit. Code is number, string, or null. Code. Okay, there we go. So this should work. The things that are doing the execution are like the advent of code tests. So we just can cast run target JS projects advent of code test. Okay, so I was trying to execute cast run target JavaScript this. Any luck to try this language? I don't give you the instructions to do that right now, really. And it's not like it's not like, I mean, I have like written a bunch of stuff with the language, I guess, already. The advent of code, the Twitch bot, and things, but I don't know. I wouldn't suggest people actually trying to use this language for something, because a lot of the things are very unfinished still. If you really want to, though, you can always like take a look at the repository, right? If you know how to do OCaml, you can probably build it yourself. You need to have OCaml and the click. You need to have OCaml and like the TypeScript compiler installed. Looks like my CI is also failing. I mean, I guess I could like build the executable and make it available through the CI like easily. So you don't need to build anything yourself. Where's the error? These are all warnings. Oh, this? Error? Wait, this is warnings. Where's the error? Hello? Process exited. With status. There's like a lot of warnings, but where's the error? Am I blind? Warning, warning. I mean, this over here looks sus. What is that? That's just the command line for the Dune. For the OCaml compiler. OCaml opt. Process exited with exit code 1. I don't understand. One error. Process completed with exit code 1. Like, what's the error? Am I stupid? Control F, error. Oh, there you go. Runtime TS, TypeScript. Oh, yes, because we need to do npm install. That's right. I can fix that easily. In a second. But why do I... exit with code with code 2. So I was trying to test Advent of Code Day 1 on part 1 example txt, and it just failed for some reason. Let's see here. It's because I'm trying to spawn bin sh. So I'm spawning a new shell. Let's do this. Hold on. Let's maybe console log cmd. I mean, yeah, we already see it. What if I try to exec? Not this exec, just exec. No, not this. Process. Child process exec. Command cast e std out stdr console log std out stdr. Let's do that. No such file or oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. But the problem that happened is that I guess the options on spawning the child by default is actually capturing the stdio, right? So I want the options still to be here, right? stdio is pipe overlapped. What is overlapped? Child's stdio configuration. Bum 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 bum. Overlap, equivalent to overlapped. What does overlapped mean? Same as pipe except for this. IPC ignore. It instructs Node.js to ignore the file description of the child. Inherit. I want to inherit. Pass through from parent process. That's what I want. I want stdio inherit. Inherit. This is annoying. Oh wait, inherit is equivalent to inherit. But it was not auto-completing for me. Weird. So yeah, there we go. Now I actually see the std error. I actually tried to execute it, but no such file or directory is the standard library, because it's trying to find the standard library in the current directory, but I'm changing the directory to the advent of code here. I need to cast std is this, and then we do the test like this, target.js, right? There we go. Okay, so this is the advent of code day 1. Run on the example. Process exited with signal. Process exited with signal null. That's not true. Code. Oh, because code is 0? Okay, I wanted to say that this is not null, right? If code is not null. That's what I want. Okay, there we go. So now this is testing all of the advent of code solutions in order. And it's running the test suite by transpiling it to the JavaScript. That's nice. Added missing std sys functions for JavaScript. And so like now the last thing that we need is the networking. Let's just make sure that we have it. So the we need to bind an address, listen, accept, close. JavaScript cast net tcp bind net tcp listen accept. Let's call this listener, accept, listener, listen, close on executable. I'm not even sure what this means. Listener, close, listener. Okay. Okay, so bind. TCP stream. I feel like I don't need that. Bind address string promise backend TCP listener. TCP listener. Well, this depends now what we're going to do there. Bind address string promise TCP listener. Okay, so how do we do this? Net dot bind connect. How do we bind? Where is the search button on the Node.js documentation? Is there no search button in Node.js docs? Net. Oh, it's a server, I guess. Server is the listener. Why are you making a new language? My name is Tito. Hello. Why not? There's not enough languages, obviously, in this world. We need everyone to make their own, so that someone actually makes a good one. You had me muted? Alright. I am making my language because I can. That's the answer. Because why not? Why would you not make a programming language? What's your excuse? Why are you not making your own? Are you satisfied with the existing programming languages? What is the programming language that has no issues? I viable my stuff in TypeScript, so typically, yeah. Yeah. What am I trying to do here? Server. I need to create a server. New net server. Options connection listener. Connection listener is a function. Automatically set as a listener for the connection event. Okay. Sure. But bind, we need to like bind it, right? So we need to say new net server. Options. What are the options? Allow half open, block list, keep alive, no delay, pause on connect. I guess so. We just create a new server. Server. It's this. And we say server dot. Can I say bind? Address. Close. Emit. Event names. Get connections. Listen. Listen. Server listen. Port. And host name. Right? So we have the address here. So by default, the host name is like what? Just localhost. Okay, so I need to have the host and port. Let's do it like this. Colon index. I'm lost over here. So we have host and port. We create the server. We start listening. The first one is port, and then we have the host. Start a server listening for connection. A net server, we can be a TCP or an IPC server, depending on what it does. Possible signatures. This, and then we have a listener. Well, we only start listening later, so we do the listen. Start a server listening for connections. Is there like a blocking API? I mean, there is nothing to await here, basically, right? So we just return immediately. You use ban for packages runtime. Nice. What is the things that you're writing though? Server listen. So I return the TCP listener. TCP listener is going to be, I guess I just have the server here or something. So server is server like this. Sure. Literals may only specify known properties, and server does not exist in type promise. Async. Couple Discord bots, an email worker, and a few sites at the moment. I see. Bum 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 bum. TCP bind. Wait, but we have server like. Hold on. Listen. Bind. Is there no bind thing? There's just the listen, right? We have event listening though. It means when the server has been bound after calling this. Yeah. Okay, so we actually do await here, right? I return a new promise. Resolve, reject. So we say server once listening. Once we are listening, we're just going to resolve server. Huvi, it is late. It's fine, it's fine. We just don't sleep today, and we fix the sleeping schedule this way, you know? Sounds nice, right? Perfect. But then we do server. Oh, one. I mean, yeah. And we need to do like the same thing. Server once. We have a close connection drop. Error listening. What is drop? When the number of connections reaches, the server will drop new connections and emit drop instead. Oh, I see. Close. If the connection exists. If the server closes. The only thing that can close the server, though, is myself, right? I'm assuming. So we just need to wait for the error. Otherwise, right? Server once error reject. Once error reject actually is not correct. No. Wait, no. Yes, no. Reject. Yeah, over here on child I'm doing this, but that's because we are either exiting or this. Only one is going to happen, I guess. Okay, can I have this thing? I have the thing that is called wait for event. Right? Wait for event. But this one is specifically for the TCP stream. I want to like copy paste this, but to have it, wait for event, server, wait for server event, and the question is, how do we not? How do we make this generic without copy pasting? So this is not socket event, it is server event map. E then, right? I guess I do have the listener. TCP listener, sure. So if we'll store the error there too then? Am I going to store the error too then? I guess. Listener error. So error is an error. If it happened before. So we don't have close, we just have the error actually here, so it's a little bit different. Like this. Wait for server event. I will call this wait for socket event. Right? Yeah, so we just say wait for server event. Listener is a server. This is of type TCP listener, right? So we wait for server event listener for the event called listening, and we return the listener. So this is going to handle the errors for me. Okay, and then we have async. No, we have then listener. Listener has the listen. Okay, we have a listener, which should have a what? Listener has listen, accept, and close. A listen is going to be ref mod to TCP listener. And second argument is max pending number. This should return promise void. Accept, close and exec. Accept. Wait, what is this function returning? Nothing? This should return the TCP stream, right? This doesn't have the type annotation of what this thing returns. Oh, no, it is. It's returning. It's returning stream and address. There we go. Makes sense. So accept spin listener. And close on exec a boolean. It returns the stream. Promise of an object which is stream is the TCP stream. And address is a string. Okay, and then close is TCP listener into promise void, right? Like this. A function whose declare type is neither this must return a value. I mean, yeah. Oh, I forgot the comments. All right, let's start with the listen. This is it like, but this is already listening. There is no separate bind thing. So listening includes the binding. So we don't actually do anything here unless we say server. I mean, listener is args dot 0 get and max pending args 1. Okay, so we just say what? listener server set max listeners. No. What is max pending? Max pending if we don't accept them, right? I guess I just don't do anything here, actually. If I close, then we say listener dot server dot close. Callback stops the server from accepting new connections. Keeps this. This function is asynchronous. Server is finally closed when all connections are ended and the server emits close event. The optional callback will be called once the close event occurs. Unlike that event, it will be called with an error as its only argument. The server was not open when it was closed. Okay. So we just say return new promise. Solve. Reject. Server close. Error. Into if error. Then reject. Else resolve. Okay, and then the accept is just so what do? We need to say server listener is args 0 get, and then args 1 is close on exec. This, by the way, is named close on exec. Close on exec. Args close on exec. Whatever that even means. Promise. We need to say listener server. Don't I just say like once? I think I just say once. Event name is once we have a connection, right? Then we have a listener, which is a socket, right? That's right. And once we have a socket, but then we need to have the error range, so we need to await, wait for server error event, listener server connection. So this is going to be a socket. Socket. So this should return the stream. And address. But this socket has... Do we have an address here? In the socket, right? TCP stream. Stream is Socket. Socket is not assignable to type socket. Hello? Socket is net socket. And this is socket. Oh, this is, wait, hold on. Oh, wait, this is, oh, wait, what? The connection gives me the array of connections, really? Hold on, connection. Imagine when a new connection is made. Type, net socket, the connection object. No, it is a single event. Oh, I have like, oh, okay. I think, I feel like a wait for this. We have a promise of this. Yeah, because we have like all of the arguments in a single array. Right, that's right. So we need to const socket like this. There we go. That's what I need to do. So how do I get the address of a socket though? Like, where was the connection made from is the question, right? Socket address. Address. Wait, where's the socket? There it is. Socket address. Okay, we have just the address. It returns the bound address. It returns the object. Okay. Address. Const address is socket address. Address can be an empty or an address info. Returns the bound address, the address family name and port. What is address info? Address, family, and port. So port is not included in the address normally, or what? And what are we expected from the string in the OCaml? OCaml. OCaml has the accept. That's basically the C API though, right? We have the sock address. So we have a Unix address, which gives us a string. We have a socket address in the unit domain. But this thing gives me instead of this, which is different. And why am I returning this and not that in net address? Let's take a look at the module net. How do we actually implement the accept? Oh, there's a lot of things happening here. What is the address? Address, client address value is a string client address. Okay, if it's a Unix, then it's just a string. And if it's an address port, then we do this. Okay. Sure, it's just like some string representation. I guess we don't really care about this. Right? I can almost just like say socket address to string basically. Because we don't really care about this. Okay, so now we have the examples. Now we have in the examples, right? We have TCP server and TCP client. Let's just try to run them in the split screen, I guess. So we have Kast run target.js examples TCP. We start by doing the server. So it's waiting right now, right, for the client to connect. And then we are going to Kast run examples TCP client. Okay. Wait, connected to client function get sock name. Okay. And also, I guess it did not reply, so this is not everything that we need to do. Something. Socket address like this, and then to string, right? So I'm waiting for the reply to the server. We were connected to client. Oh, wait. Object to string is just object. Okay, this does not work. I guess we can do JSON stringify then. That will work for sure, right? But anyway, we are connected. The server accepted the connection, but then it did not receive the message from the client, right? Yep. So I was connected. I did not receive the message from the client. Why would I not receive the message from the client? Because this is now just working with TCP streams. Right? Wait, maybe it's not flashing, or is it not? When I write the data to the socket, sends the data to the socket. The socket parameter specifies this. Writable stream. No, that's not the case. So I got the connection. Server. So this is the example, right? We connect to the client, and then I'm just trying to read the data from the client stream. Fine, let's just see console log received util inspect data. So we start the server first and then start the client. So yeah, it actually did not receive any data, even though the connection succeeded. The server did not receive the data. Why would that be so? Okay, so I have reaching hello from the client. but it was not received here at all. So stream socket right. Is this not enough? But the Twitch bot worked. Is there something different? Maybe because it's localhost? Returns true if the entire data was flushed successfully to the kernel buffer. Returns false if all or part of the data was queued in user memory. Drain will be emitted when the buffer is again free. So we have like the internal buffer in the JavaScript on the JavaScript side, right? Stream socket. We don't have the flush here. Bum, 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 bum. Socket right. So the net socket has the properties that socket right always works. What does this even mean? The socket right always works? What if the socket is closed? This is to help users get up and running quickly. The computer cannot always keep up with the amount of data that is written to a socket. A network connection simply might be too slow. Node.js will internally queue up the data, read into the socket, and send it over when possible. The consequences of this internal buffering is that the memory may grow. Users will experience larger or growing buffer size. Shift to throttle with pause and resume. Socket right sends data on the socket. Maybe I did not wait for the socket ready state or something, so I don't know. Or maybe like I need to start listening. Oh wait, I need to start listening. Oh wait, no, I did not need to start listening, right? Or do I? Hold on a second. Because when I connect, I do this. Yeah, I need to like set encoding also, like, and yeah, I need to like set up this. Yeah, okay, because I never added the listener to the socket, right? Once I have the socket here, yo, non-codes. Hello, hello. Thanks for the raid. Hi, how are you doing? I'm figuring out JavaScript right now. I'm transpiling my language to JavaScript, guys, and we'll already have a Twitch bot working with that technology. Tired, I need to sleep. Go to sleep. Thank you for the raid again. I would normally also need to sleep at this time, but my sleeping schedule is completely broken. So we are fixing the sleeping schedule by not sleeping today, I guess. That's going to fix everything. For sure. Okay, I think I need to like set up the socket here. Wait for socket event connect. Yeah, I need to like over here I'm waiting for this, but then like I need to like extract this to the function called setup stream. It says OCaml. Yeah. My language is written in OCaml. So I'm making my own programming language. We are writing OCaml. This over here is the implementation of the networking standard library in the interpreter, which is written in OCaml. And now we have the new backend, which is the JavaScript. So I'm just like implementing the standard library in the JavaScript runtime. So yeah. Eventually, we're going to compile the language to the native like binary stuff with whatever. Probably with transpiling to C first, and then eventually with LLVM. Okay, I want to extract a function called function setup TCP stream, which has a socket, which is we have a socket, and this should return TCP stream. Right, so I say const stream is setup TCP stream socket, and then we just waiting for the connection here. But in case of the like accepting the thing over here, I just say that stream over here is just going to be setup TCP stream socket, right? Yeah. And console log received, this can be for sure removed. Okay, so we are testing the client server TCP stuff. I launched the server. Now okay, so yeah, and then I launched the client. We send to the server hello from client, and server respond with hello from the server, and then everything worked as expected. Okay, nice. This actually works. So I have the full standard library working in both the interpreter and the JavaScript backend now. I still see, like, over here, I'm doing the transpilation. Oh, wait, no, it still has the no JavaScript config branch over here. From code, this is converting the from the character code to the actual character. I'll just implement that really quickly. JavaScript TCP listener. If we have JavaScript, then we have Kast char from code runtime jar. Okay, so from code is a function which takes code, which is a number, and this should return the string. So how do I convert a number to the thing? I don't even know. JavaScript char string from code point string There's from char point and from code point. What's the difference? Whose elements are this? From char code. I mean, I'm giving the char code, so I guess we need to do from char code. Right? Where am I using the from code though? From code. Oh, we have like 2-digit regex, 2-digit from digit. I guess I never tested the way that worked. From code, from digit regex, from digit. We want from digit to create the character, right? Yeah. Kast is meant to be functional language as a final product. Well, depends what a functional means. Привет, что делаешь? А вот кодирую. Like, what does a functional language even mean? Is the question. I have problem with the definition of the functional programming language. Functional programming. Is a paradigm where programs are constructed by applying and composing functions. Well, I mean, isn't that what you do when you're writing JavaScript? Does mean that JavaScript is functional. It's a declarative programming paradigm in which function definitions are trees of expressions that map values to other values, rather than sequence of imperative statements. Well, I mean, you say that, but Camel Haskell, I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, that's my problem. Like, how do you explain it? What is a so they say that this is a declarative programming paradigm where you are treating and not the imperative statements. But when you are writing your camel, you can do imperative statements, and even in Haskell, you do imperative stuff when you are writing the do notation, right? It's just like if you you know. I guess it's like being expanded into the thing that's returning a monad, but like, you know. Camel specifically, you have the imperative statements with side effects. You have mutation and stuff, right? So if you say that the functional programming is the language which has no side effects, which is pure, then the only language that corresponds to the definition is Haskell, right? And like, I mean, a couple of other like niche languages. So OCaml is then not functional because you can write imperative code there easily. Same as like with the other languages listed here. So like functional programming is sometimes treated as synonymous with purely functional programming. So like that's what people think about usually. But the only purely functional programming language is Haskell. The only used purely functional programming language. Right? But anyway, I guess in a sense I am supposed to be a functional language with but instead of having a purely functional programming semantics like in Haskell, where you do the monads to encode the side effects, we are instead going for the effect system, which basically lets you write imperative code, but we are going to infer the effects and we are going to track them in the type system, which is a very similar solution to monads, but different. So when you think about this, the final code that we're going to write is going to be looking very similar to your normal like languages like JavaScript. So like I don't know, like the distinction between functional and non-functional, like the distinction between functional and imperative, there is no distinction. Like I don't understand the distinction actually. From what I hear, the OCaml people tend to do even things that aren't in the definition of functional, because it's the way to actually get things done. So yeah, basically, OCaml is not a functional programming language, because that's the practical way of doing things, is what you're saying, right? So OCaml has the escape, which is being used very often, which allows you to do mutation and stuff. But also, OCaml is introducing the effect system too. It's just not checked in the like it's like unchecked effect system is what OCaml has right now. What I'm going for is something closer to like the Coca language and like other languages which actually have the side effects. So, for example, over here, you just say print, right? But this print function is not a function that returns a monad IO, but this is a function that actually has the side effect, but the side effect is tracked in the type of the main function. So we know that the function returns nothing, but it can do console effects. This is very similar to like the Haskell, where you say that main function has the type IO unit. But the difference is that in Haskell you treat the result of your function as a value, which contains the code that is going to be executed later, which is what a monad is basically, right? Where in this effectful language, the result of calling this function is going to be this, but while calling this function, this is going to happen. This can be like done. That's like in short. There are other languages with the effect systems, and that's what I'm going for. This is like the new thing of being like actively researched, as I understand. So there's like a bunch of new programming languages are going to appear with this stuff, I think, soon. But yeah, like in general, what this will allow us is to have like all the guarantees that your normal, like purely functional programming languages give you, right? But without it being like when you think about functional programming, you think about declarative programming paradigm, right? But you are still going to be imperative and have the same like advantages of the normal functional languages, is the idea, right? Something like that. We have functions, expressions, an idea of returning values from functions even in C. So I personally think that C is a functional language. Yeah, I just think that like calling languages functional, it makes no it just means nothing. Everything is functional, and everything yeah, like the word that you want to use is probably declarative, right? Maybe. But then again, even when you're writing Haskell, inside of the do notation, you're basically writing imperative code. And you are no longer writing declarative code, right? But Haskell is still like the functional, so you're like declaring what to do, but you are declaring the statements that are going to be executed. So you're declaring imperative code. I don't understand the distinction there either. So yeah. In my how I tend to decipher this is the main way the language is used. Okay, well, I mean, I can show you a little bit of my language, right? Like, we have the bot that is written in the language, and the Twitch bot, and it looks like this. Projects, Quibot, source pane, I guess. Over here. So does this look functional, or does this look like not functional to you? So we just write something to the TCP stream here. But we do have things like functions, like everything is an expression, for example. So like similar to a lot of functional languages, the last like a semicolon is basically executing the first thing for the side effect, and then the last expression in a block is the value of the block and stuff like that. Looks like monas to me. Yeah. Well, I mean, but then you can say that everything is a monad. What about a loop, right? What about a for? I guess when you ask if the language is functional or not, I just show you the loop, and then like the functional brain just breaks, or something. Because you don't do loops in functional programming, right? There's like another thing that is used a lot in functional programming, which is carrying of the functions. I'm not a big fan of the idea, so instead I'm still having, just like in your most functional languages, the functions are the functions from a single argument into a single result. But in order to model multiple arguments, we just basically make the function accept a tuple. But we could do the carrying just like your other functional languages. I just think that it leads to some like hard to some bad error messages from the compiler usually. Loop is just a clean star. Yeah, I guess it's just a good mix of it all, but that's what every language is basically then, right? Yeah, I'm trying to mix a bunch of different programming languages. You can see this like mood stuff. I have plans for the borrow checker. Right now I have like the references, but I'm not like checking this stuff. And yeah, like the move semantics is not implemented yet. Like I feel like mutability is very important for the performance, so we must have it in a language. But mutability, similarly to Rust, is going to be checked. So from the outside world, like you can have a pure function which just uses some mutability on the inside, and the function is still pure, though there is some mutability happening inside, right? But yeah, then there is also, like I said, the effect system that we're going for. So over here we're having mutable reference to the stream, so I'm actually mutating the stream. This function, its full like type signature is that it returns a unit here. It takes the string as an argument, it returns unit, but also the other part of the function is what are the effects that we do. So we are going to have the effect like mutating the stream. So we're going to track mutation through the effect system too, in addition to like the effects that are happening like from these functions, like, so this actually is performing some IO, I guess, and stuff. But this is also going to be inferred and everything. I wanted to test my char code from, right? Let x is c. Let's not do that like that. Let's do test. I want to say let c is 7. X is char code C. CC is char from code X. dbg print cxcc. Kast examples test. Wait, I don't. No, I don't want from code. Well, I mean, yeah, I do want from code, but I want to test like the other thing, which is char. Wait, what was it called? Like 2-digit, right? 2-digit and from digit. And that's using the from code and the code, right? So yeah, character, number, and this. And we want to see that this works through the JavaScript too. And it does. Nice. Also reminds me a bit of Rust. Yeah, well, Rust is a big inspiration for the language, right? I started making this language because I learned about the effect system, and I started to realize that I'm missing the effect system in Rust. If Rust had the effect system, it would be the best language ever. Maybe. Yeah, the borrow checker is inspired by Rust. Although I do plan to have some extras on top of the borrow checker. If you're familiar with Rust, there is this thing that's called ghost cell. So like a lot of people complain about Rust where they fight in the borrow checker. This thing is allowing you to express more things. So the brief explanation of the idea is that instead of having like a reference to the variable, so a reference to a variable in Rust basically means that we have a pointer to the variable, right? So if this is a reference to an int32, then this is equal to the pointer to an int32 plus permission to read the data, to dereference the pointer, kind of, right? And the mutable reference is permission to like mutate the data behind the pointer. So if you treat this as two separate objects, and then like this is basically a compound type, then it like simplifies things. I mean, it also like allows you to have like more things basically. So in this paper they are implementing it in Rust, but I think that if we have this is the language feature, like in this paper this is very verbose, so no one is actually going to use this. But this is just proving that the idea is sound and everything. So I would just plan to try to do this as a language feature. Linear or affine like Rust. So I want to like have the linearity, yes, for sure. I don't have it yet. I do want to like have both ways, right? Sometimes I really want my types to be linear. But having only linear type system is like making the code too verbose. So we want sometimes to instead like inject the drops for us. So there are some languages that are like purely linear, but then you need to like drop your resources manually. You can have all 8 modes if you want. There's no limit to design. Yeah. Rust chose a fine because they want to drop. Yeah, like yeah. Basically, yeah. A lot of the ideas that I have for language are far in the future, though, right? Right now, I'm trying to focus on like some high-level stuff so that I can write some code in the language, and I want to self-host the language like soon-ish. So we have a working JavaScript transpiler. It's and we test it using the Advent of Code and the Twitch bot, I guess, right now. A fine is not good for safety, actually. Linear enforces data flow. Yeah, linear is better. What is the proper drop for a database connection? I don't know, you just disconnect. I'm not sure if that's like the best example of something that you don't have the drop for. But yeah, like ensuring that you don't like drop something on accident and you actually use the thing is something that I want sometimes. What's a good example though? That might not be the best consumption of all time. Yeah, I mean, it depends on what logic you are writing, right? So, yeah. That's basically it, right? We have accidental, like, values that are not used, which is why, like, in Rust, there is instead the, like, must use attribute that you do, but it's, like, it's going to be gone as soon as you just, like assign it to a variable, for example, to another variable. So it's not really like enforcing it in the type system like it could with a proper linear type system. So yeah. There's also this language that is called par language. Which is also introducing the interesting thing that is called session types, I think, right? So this language is fully linear, but then it also has like session types, whatever. There was something interesting about those. So they claim that like the way the language is designed is that you are unable to have a deadlock. So like there's a bunch of things that they guarantee with their like good type system or something. In my opinion, linear and free types just work, and borrowing, reborrowing to make linear values usable like free values. Well, yeah. One of the reasons, oh yeah, I now remember. One of the reasons I want linear types is to solve the like in place construction, right? So when you are writing code in Rust, something like this, you have function main, and then you say like box new, and then you have like a big array here, for example, right? So semantically what this does is that it first creates the array on the stack, then allocates the the memory in the heap and then copies the array there, which is optimized in a lot of like times, but you rely on the optimizer, right? So what I want to do instead is something like closer to like how you would write in C. You just do malloc first, and you have like pointer, right? And then you just put behind the pointer your big array. So you like construct it in place basically, right? And in order for this to be like safe still, we basically say that this returns the out pointer to whatever, and this must be a linear type because we must guarantee that this thing is like initialized before it's being used. So when you have a function, you can have the like pointer, which is an out pointer, which means that if you call this function in the end, you after calling this function, you know that this address is initialized now. It won't be safe unless all values are linear. How so? And that's like a rough idea for now, but yeah. You're talking about move semantics and mutability. You need uniqueness too. I mean, yeah. Yeah. The out pointer must be unique, right? Yeah, unique. Yeah, yes, for sure. Like you, you cannot duplicate this either, right? It's not only linear. It's also not a copy type, and not a clone type either. In like Rust terminology, you cannot copy this, just like you cannot copy the mutable pointer, the mutable reference. Because that would be wrong, yeah, for sure. But it cannot work with just existing Rust affine type system, because it means that I can just drop this, and then like we have no guarantee. Have I initialized this? Have I not initialized this? So like working with not initialized variables in Rust is always going to be unsafe, basically. Through the like maybe uninit and stuff. But we can actually make this work, I think, properly. Also another thing that what this means is that I can have references to not borrows are not unique though. Well, yes, they're like, yeah, you cannot borrow this thing, right? Like it depends. Like there's a bunch of different things for sure. Borrows are not unique, but once you take a mutable borrow, then is like I guess Rust's mutable borrow is the unique borrow, right? So it's not just a borrow, it's a unique borrow. What I was going to say, yeah, I was going to say like that like if we have if we are splitting the references from this, we basically also can have references to the not initialized variables, and we can acquire the permission later to actually construct like the borrow that we can like use properly. And this is supposed to also allow me to create the self-referential data easily, supposedly. then both mutable and immutable reference are free references, not unique. In Rust, no, it's not. A mutable reference is not a free variable. When by saying free variable, you basically mean the copy trait in Rust, where it can be copied freely, where non-copy types are the unique types, basically. Mutable reference is not free. It's not copy. It is unique. But you can reborrow it to construct a new mutable borrow, but then the original, the borrow that you were reborrowing is no longer usable while the reborrow is active. So there is only one reference that is usable when you have mutability, because Rust guarantees either shared references or a unique reference, or a single unique reference if you are having a mutable one. Mode just prevents reborrowing, but the borrow itself is not unique. What? Moot does not prevent reborrowing in Rust, no. You can have a... Nothing prevents reborrowing. If you have a reference that is not mutably borrowed currently, then you can reborrow, unless you meant something else by reborrowing. Like, there is an actual concept in Rust which is called reborrowing. But it's usually automatic. So when you are calling a function with your variable here, this over here, this is not moving the mutable reference into this function. It is actually reborrowing for a shorter lifetime here. Does analogy with linear algebra really exist to justify massive term borrowing? Like linear versus affine? I don't know, I'm not really I don't know much of the theory, really. I'm just basing on like practical usage of the languages that I tried. Reborrowing is actually meant to move through. It is just ad hoc in Rust. What? I don't understand what this is actually meant to move through. What do you mean is actually meant to move through? No, you're not supposed to move. You're constructing a new borrow of the same thing. That's why it is called reborrowing. There's papers on how to do it properly. Okay. What is the paper? Proper reborrowing paper. You mean like the stacked borrows? You mean this paper? Or something else? Isn't it, yeah, the tree borrows? I think I remember something over here. think I have not read this one. I saw that this one exists, but I did not read it. I think I remember that I did read these text borrows though. But this is just explaining like of the Rust's borrow semantics. It's not really like saying that that something else is possible. Best way to borrows is the simplest, explicitly scoped regions. Well, is it the best if it's explicit? The good thing about Rust is that it's not have you. It's like is that a lot of the things are not explicit, right? Just make the user do the scoping. It gives more control to the user too. But like every variable has a lifetime. Does that mean that every time you introduce a variable, you need to like explicitly tell it the scope where it lives? I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see it. Like for borrows only. But I don't know, like, so I have a function. I have a function foo, which takes a reference to an integer. Let's do it in Rust. Function foo, right? Reference to i32, like this. And then I have let x be 1, 2, 3 fx. Where am I supposed to specify the region here? I'm constructing the reference here, right? Am I supposed to say that this reference is living for my for this scope, and then I specify this scope like this? Something similar to that is what you want. But this is a lot more verbose. Like, why that if we can just do fx and let the inference do its job? Also, you are saying that, so in this case it is explicit, right? This is not always enough even, because like in Rust there is a feature that's called non-lexical lifetimes. Non-lexical lifetimes. So if you are explicitly naming your regions, how do you explicitly name a non-lexical lifetime? So yeah. Is this a good example? Rust was banned in my university for being too safe. 3DS bros. No, you always can write some unsafe code. Also, don't forget to clone and unwrap. Rust is not safe at all. Well, depends on the definition of the safety, I guess. But yeah, if you only allow explicit ones, then how do you do the non-lexical stuff? Non-lexical stuff. Like basically, you can end the lifetime of an object early, before the end of the scope in Rust, by doing stdmem drop, and you can drop the like reference in this case, right? Too. Or do you like have explicit name? Basically, instead of doing the scope like this, you say that begin is here, and then you say the end is here, you know, and then you call this function, and then you call your lifetime and then you call your lifetime begin to end, maybe, and then you can have multiple end blocks. So you have like, I don't know, if true, then the end is like here, and then if otherwise the end is here. So it's like that. I guess that's how you can do explicit non-lexic, like explicit lifetimes that end not at the end of the scope where you define your thing. The first example, what was you were thinking? Yeah, but I'm telling you that sometimes you need this. Sometimes you need to end your thing, but you cannot like create a scope like this, you know, because you must end the borrow because you want to use some, like you want to free the variable that was uniquely borrowed over here, if this is a unique borrow specifically, right? If all you have is the immutable borrows, which can be copied around freely, then I guess go in with basically if you don't have mutation, that this is enough, probably. Yes. You mean like only in one branch? No, I mean like I mean that I need the lifetime of this borrow to end over here, right? Let's do this. Let me try to do the real world Rust code that does this. I don't want it to continue in the other branch, no, because only one branch is actually going to be executed, right? But let's say that we have mutable x is 1 to 3, right? And then we have like reference to x, which is a mutable borrow to x, right? So then I say something like this: if true, then we do one thing, otherwise we do another thing, right? So what I want to do is what? I want to say, like, let's say Rx is equal to 456, right? So we can use it here. 789, right? And then I want to do this over here. I want to say x like plus equal 1, right? So in order for me to be able to mutate x here while this reference exists, I must end the lifetime of this borrow, right? So this must be dropped. This borrow must be dropped before I can access x again. So this means that the lifetime of this variable, it does not end at the end of the scope. It ends after this statement, after the last usage of the of this variable, basically. And the last usage of this variable depends on which branch we take, right? So it's not after the if, it's inside of the if, and it's different and in each of the branches, right? So that is possible because Rust has long non-lexical lifetimes. So this is going to compile here, but if you do instead, you know, a ref mut x like this, right? And then you have a struct ref mut a, which contains inside a mut i32. Then if you do this, then well, I guess this actually understands this. I guess it doesn't do if I implement a drop for this struct though. Impl drop for ref mut. Right? So in this case, it's not going to compile because it says that x cannot be used because this is not dropped here yet. Do you understand the difference? So in one case, this variable basically stops existing here, and in the other case the variable stops existing over here, which is different, right? So where is the end of the lifetime? And how do you define this one if you explicitly name your regions, like you say? Bum, 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 bum. All right, do I do anything else? Actually, oh wait, hold on. I have been streaming for 8.5 hours. Maybe I should stop. What's this? We would expect the syntax like this. Let's see. If true, borrow x as Rx in A. Yeah, but you are creating the borrow inside of the if. That is cheating. That is cheating. What I did is different. I started the borrow outside of the if, but I ended it inside of the if. That's different. That's cheating. And anyway, this is also like overly explicit. Why would you want that? Why would you want that not to be inferred? That is not what NLL is doing for me, because you are creating the borrow here. What you want is you want to borrow x as Rx here. That's my original, because I created the borrow outside here. So, and this is like the lifetime or whatever. So where does this closing bracket go? One of them needs to go over here, and one of them needs to go like over there, you know. Yeah. Then it wouldn't work. It would have to be inside of the branch as well, which means that your what you are suggesting is more restrictive than the existing Rust borrow checker, right? And people are already complaining that Rust borrow checker is like restricting too much code. So some code that is perfectly safe is discarded by the borrow checker, and you're restricting it even more. You're guessing my language is low level. I'm going for all the levels. The languages are not low level or high level. They can be both. Rust is low level and high level language. The question is how low level and how high level you want to go. But the answer to that question is also yes. I already have higher kind of types in my language. But I don't have some low level stuff. What I'm trying to do is also like to be abstracted over the backend. So for example, a thing like a pointer is something that's not going to be the language primitive, because pointers don't exist in all of the backends that I'm thinking about. We're basically going after the same thing. So you're also making your own language? What's your language? Show me your language. If there's something that we can look at. I'm in the early-ish state, right? Like I'm very far from having the borrow checker, so I'm focusing on the high-level stuff right now. This thing that we're talking about right now is only planned. I don't have the borrow checker. I don't have like linearity. Before doing those, I will implement the effect system. And I will probably start with unchecked effect system, just like in OCaml. Although we'll see. I had a semi-working effect inference in my previous rewrite. Your language is basically Coca, Rock, and Astal. Yeah. Astal, I remember reading about this one. Astal language. Astral, I have been here. Yeah, they have linear types, features, and anti-features. I think I really liked what I was reading about Astal, but they were trying to make the language like simple, so there is certain things that they don't want. But yeah, they have linear capabilities and stuff, which is basically is like another word for the effect system, the capabilities. I'm calling my effect system the context system, but there was something different about the borrowing here. Yeah. So this is where you were having, like, where's the documentation though? Hold on. Feature specification. There was something. Borrow. Linear types. Free. I guess this over here, borrow. Yeah, that's what you were talking about. But yeah, I think this is too restrictive, like I said. Please release Linksider. Okay. Of course, there is no code base written in my language, so maybe it wouldn't work at scale. Barely compiles. Yeah. I remember that one. They stopped a while ago. Wait, Astral, they stopped development? This language? I understand what you mean by NLL being useful but in practice I found explicit regions just work. Well, I mean, but you need to work around it, is what I'm saying, right? There are existing scenarios in Rust where you would, like, I think one of the examples is the map entry API, for example. Think about this. How do you do the entry API in the map? So you have use std collections hash map, right? So you say that let map is hash map new, and then you do like map entry match map entry like hello, and it is like entry like vacant or something. Hold on. Is it the entry API? That, like, I remember, like, if this is occupied, then you have, like, the current value. So this is a reference to the thing. And so, but you want to, like, to do something with the map again here. Right, so this, which means that this value must be dropped before this thing where you mutate the map again, right? And this is not possible without nonlinear lifetimes, basically, which means that you would have to resort to calling the lookup in the map again, which is basically not efficient anymore, right? This is not like the exact example that I don't remember though what my problem was, but if for some reason you choose this, is it the map borrowed itself? Here. Well, I mean, a map entry is borrowing the map, right? So, which it returns this thing with a lifetime of the of this temporary of this borrow here. So, if this borrow ended after the match statement, then we would not be able to mutate the map inside, right? Because we're holding a reference here. And if your types are linear, there is no drop semantics at all. Yeah, I know, which is also leading to a lot of unnecessary boilerplate, and the language is going to be not very pleasant to use, in my opinion. Which is why I want to have both linear types and affine types. And free ones. Whatever. Then entry would want a borrowed map. Well, I guess like basically it works if everything is linear. If you don't have affine types, then yeah. But in no, hold on, no. I don't know. There was other language that you were talked about, the rock language. I didn't try the rock language myself, but what I heard is that they are doing the abstraction over the target platform very well or something. And that is another thing that I'm trying to go for. Like I said, I'm not planning to have the pointers and pointer arithmetics in the language, because pointer arithmetic is not possible on all the targets. But it should still be implementable as like a library for the target, I guess. So we have this abstraction over the target in my standard library. I'm not sure if like Rock is doing something similarly. But so yeah, the standard networking library, right? Like this over here is connecting and creating the TCP socket. So I have like native expressions which are dependent on the backend, I guess. So we can refer to the stuff that is only available in the backend that way, I guess is what I'm saying. So Rock has platforms. So this means that I'm not compiling this code multiple times depending on my current like target platform for the compiler. What we are doing here is that we are compiling this only once. I don't know how to explain this. You basically have a where clause after your functions, where you can define what the functions expects, and there are some other stuff. Yeah. Another interesting language is the anti-language. For algebraic effects. They also have like a different mutability. Maybe you, if you are looking into things, you can look into how anti is trying to do the alternative to the Rossborough checker. Okay, I guess we are going to wrap up the stream here. You don't have traits, it's just this function uses an abstract filter function. In rock language, I want to see the example. Rock language. Filter. Examples. What is the example that I should look into here? Hairlang said. Oh, hair is an actual language. Hairlang. Hairlang. I've been here before too. Simple, stable, and robust. I don't remember anything about this one. I'm not sure if they have examples yet. It's in the compiler. In Rock, they took away some of this capability in the type signature thing away recently. Here is good, kind of like Zig. No, speaking about Zig, I have a compile time evaluation too. That is like the one of the important things for the language. So I'm doing it similar. This is my language, right? So in Zig, you also say like const TCP is struct basically. I might change my syntax, but it is very similar here, what we are doing. And similar to that, my generics are just functions returning like taking the types as values. And I think I will have dependent types at some point too. I'm just not sure if I need them right now. But higher kind of types are basically a special case of a dependent type, as I understand. So but let me just assume, like, you say that you don't have traits, but it's just all these functions is an abstract filter function. So is it the same as that your filter function is like an implicit argument of your function? Is that the case? Where you have implicit arguments, aka like Scala contextual parameters. Is that the same? So you don't have traits, but you have the way to say that this function must be called where you have in your context the comparator for these types, which is not exactly a trait. Well, I mean, they call it traits here actually, but this is basically a type. It's the same idea, but they are not really passing an argument. Yeah, so I don't know if Scala actually is passing an argument. You think Scala is passing an argument actually in the backend? So the idea is the same, and I want to do the same, right? I'm calling this the context system, and I'm using this for the like to implement the effect system too. Is the idea currently? So basically, the effect handler is the contextual argument also, and I don't want it to be passed as an actual argument, but it is like, but basically this is a scoped global variable, I guess, is what you can call it, so that you don't pass it as an argument. It always lives in like some place. Something. I'm not exactly sure how it's going to be implemented yet, but I don't want it to be passed as an argument because there's going to be a lot of contextual arguments. So if I was to pass them at runtime, that would be a lot of overhead. So I'm actually wondering, how does the Jai language implement the contexts? That's the question, right? Yeah, it is all static. Jai context system. Wait, this is not secure? Certificate. They have their certificate that is... It's 2026. No? There's something on the GitHub about Jai, I think. But it's kind of like the same. No, Odin is also passing the context as the function argument, so no. Odin is just having the single static context type with like predefined fields, but in Jai it is more flexible. It is more like Scala's implicit contextual arguments, but it's just not inferred, I guess, in the type system. You can just assign and then use them later, I guess. It's like a global, but a global which you can like override in a scope, I guess, which is very similar to how I like system example. Maybe over here in the medium. The way Rock is doing it is basically static dispatch with a placeholder named functions that can be provided later. Yeah, I guess. But then you can also like override it for a scope, basically, in the context system of Jai, right? For example, you have the allocator, right? So in a different scope, you can use the different allocator. So you know that it is like available, but which exactly allocator you're going to use is depending on the scope. So it is like a scoped global kind of thing, instead of it being passed as the argument everywhere like Zig does, for example. All right, anyway, I guess I'm going to end here finally. It's based on the current scope in Rock. On the lexical scope, or like in the current, it's based on the current what's it called? Module scope. All right, anyway. guess we can go. Eduardo is out.
You may
Oh
have
no.
some regions.
No, he's here. Alright. Eduardo is also making a language with a linear type system and effect system.
The same round trip.
So, yeah. See you guys next time. Thank you for watching. Bye.